Good morning. Hi guys. Hey Mike, thanks so much for this. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate that. Hello Soupy, welcome in. Arrow, hi. How you guys doing today? It's Tuesday. I'm really late to stream. I woke up at like 9, but I wasn't here until now, obviously. Yeah, it took me a little bit to get back into the swing of things. I was working all day yesterday. I even considered streaming yesterday because I did say I was thinking about streaming like every day until we get skill trees done, and I'm still kind of thinking about doing that. Maybe starting tomorrow. We'll see how today's stream goes. If I get a lot done today, then I'll stream tomorrow. If not, I probably won't. Hey, buddy. Wanna come say hi? No? He runs. No, hi? Runs away. Anyway, the kids are leaving in a second. Looks like Abby wants to come say hi.
You come say hi.
You're so tall now. Yep. Used to barely reach this desk. Anyway. Today, I want to work on skill trees, as I said, but I also want to fix a couple bugs. Like, a lot of the Rivari weapons are broken, so let's start with those. We're just going to dive right into it. So, the axe, I think, is the only correct one. I think the rest of them are the ones that are broken. Yep, this says axe, it should say wand. And it's level 33, good, that's what it's supposed to be. Save that one. We'll save all these at the end, actually. Staff, level 25, that should be 33. Sword, level 33. Great sword, level 33. Can you tell that I just duplicated all these? Cool. Save. Those are all fixed. Whoops. So some of those were definitely the wrong. What are you doing? You saving or not? Okay. Let's move those over. Leave a comment. Next, there's a bunch of really complicated bugs that I don't know how to fix yet. I'd say complicated to fix. They're not really complicated to understand or anything like that. But we're gonna start with a really simple one because Jesse's been asking. We're gonna fix a bush. The bush collisions. It's these two furniture bushes. They have collisions, but the problem is that they are making it, everyone wants to overlap the bushes, or Jesse does anyway. So we're just gonna make the collision like that size. Maybe a little bigger. There's gonna have to be like a middle ground here. Because they have to be picked up by pressing F. Uh-oh. I think, do we only have one hole in the other one? What if we do this again with one hole count? Oh, 2. Okay. Now we should be able to pick them up easier, but still place like overlap them and put stuff inside the bushes. Not super inside the bushes, but that's just gonna have to deal with that. Where is that? Leaving a comment. We probably could have just done like a capsule collision in the middle of them too. Anyway. Hello, Rolrick. Are you working on Swords Magic? Sure am. Yep, today we're fixing a few bugs and then we're going to move on to working on skill trees. The next one is... I don't know how to fix this one. Okay, we'll have to wait. The next one is the Grimwick fight. It is looking for the old scythe and we have the new scythes now, so we have to go... Okay, event. Nightmare Manager? I think it's this one. It might be the widget though. I think it's the widget that looks for it. I remember you started another game, am I right? Yeah, I've started a couple other games. This is so sad. Every time I look at this. Okay. We need... It's stuff on the widget, I'm almost positive. It's gonna be boss. Yeah, so I started a couple of new games. One is called Seeking Adventure, and it's out, not out, sorry. It's on Steam to be wishlisted, but it's not finished yet. Our goal is to release it this year. I think that's still the goal. Will that actually happen? I don't know, because I've kind of just taken a break from it right now. But it is up on Steam, gathering wish lists as we speak. There's two of these. I don't know which one it is. It looks like this one. It's this one. Okay, we're looking for weapon, Scythe, Grimwick, Bane. It should be weapon new, Scythe, Grimwick, Bane, I'm pretty sure. Let's double check. We'll just copy paste it, though that is correct. Oops. Yep. Okay, that should fix it. This should be fine. We don't need a new thing there. Oh, this is like, actually, this is gonna break things. Damn it. I think everyone's gonna get a second scythe from Grimwick. We could still use the same world event and the same ID here, but then check here if it's Grimwick's Bane and change it to weapon new. But this is just rewards. This is not the achievement. So we'll have to do that here. So maybe we just leave that alone. I mean, players are going to get the wrong one, but it should be fixable. Let's do it. Let's put this back how it was. Okay, and we'll do this. If this is equal to that. Whoops. False goes there. True is here. A little messy, but okay, that should fix that one. I played Swords and Magic and stuff a while back from the Epic Store, I think. Felt pretty good. It's definitely not on the Epic Store. It's only on Steam. But yeah, you probably did play it. It's very possible you played it. What's up, golfer? Anyway, yeah, so we'll give that weapon here, standard, and then the extra rewards is, this is where get equipment, item ID, if it equals those. Okay, that should work now. Cool. Okay, move that one over. Runebound Rod is bugged as a client. I got it in the mail from Jonah in single player with my other character, but I've yet to get it as a client with my main character on the dedicated server. Is this golfer's bug? Sure is. Got it in the mail from Jonah in single player with my other character, but I have yet to get it as a client with my main character on the dedicated server. Okay. So let's go look at our... Should we just put Jonah in here and like test this? Then we need a mailbox. Have yet to get it. Not a big deal since I got on my other character, but wanted you to be aware. No, yeah, that's a good call. No one's been complaining about not getting that one, nor have they been complaining about not getting the chicken mount. So I thought that we fixed those, but if you're not getting it, then we gotta fix it. The biggest problem is that some of these rewards are like secret rewards, which is weird because like I just don't understand why we're not getting it. Because like I was playing on your server, so on a dedicated server, obviously as a client, and I know that I got letters from like Jed, and I got letters from Mayor Bill when I finished those quests, and that's why I stole your Hope Harbor plot. Weird to me that you guys had not unlock the Hope Harbor plot yet, because on all of your characters you should have got a deed for it from Mayor Bill and you guys hadn't used it yet. So I used it. Did I just switch it to 2 players? Did I just do single player? Am I an idiot? You guys saw the deed? Nice. I just did single player. Well, I can't test this on single player. Oh, you guys want to see something really cool? I'm pretty excited about it. Hopefully it's working and not bugged. Just found possibly the best game possible. It's called Brain F Challenge. It's a tutorial on the programming language of the same name. Cool. That's fun. I don't mind my wacky appearance. Come on, Unreal. Let's go. It's the first time loading on multiplayer since I restarted my computer, so it's gonna take a second. Never wanted that plot? That's fair. I kind of feel bad putting that huge building on it because it's like really big and it's kind of an eyesore, and it's not. I have nothing in it. I'll probably take it down and put a smaller one there. Ad break is starting. Sorry about the ads, guys. If you're still here, here's a sneak peek of what I worked on last night. I did pretty much all day yesterday. I fixed some fishing issues too. So now we have some new cool features. First of all, I tried really hard to make it so when this opens, the character rotates toward the camera. And after like an hour of messing with it, trying to get it to work, I have no idea what's wrong with it or why it's not working. But we have a couple new things. Like, first of all, you can now click apply, which will just save whatever you have currently selected already, which is kind of nice. And then you can just hit close to close. So like apply will not close it, which it used to. So when you hit confirm or whatever, it would just close the whole thing. I do need to double check that all of this is still working in a shop though, because I don't know if that will actually work. Yeah, I need to double check that. Anyway, and you also have this loadout section down here now. So you can now click these arrows to swap loadouts. I only have 2 loadouts, and they're just random junk. But you can now change whatever you want and apply. There's one thing I'd like to do would be like have like a little check mark here that says like apply to all loadouts. So you can just like choose one outfit, click that, and then apply, and it just applies to all of them. But it's gonna take like some extra, like I have to like build some functions for it, and it's probably not worth the effort right now. So I think this is good enough. It does mean that if you wanted the same outfit on all the things, you would have to switch, apply, switch, apply, you know, but like, I don't know, that's not really a huge deal, I don't think. Let's take his mask off. Let's put a new hat on. But yeah, it works pretty smooth. I'm pretty happy with it. There, I have a weirdo looking character. Anyway. Oh yeah, this still shows the check mark. I guess I need to refresh that when you change loadouts, because it shows that you have that one selected, but it doesn't actually have it selected. So, and if you hit close, then anything you have not applied does not get saved, which is nice. So, yep. Oh, is that bugged? Uh-oh. This, oh, I know why. Never mind. That's not a real spell. I don't know what this is. It's called Guardian's Oath. Oh, is it working? It is working. Increase vitality and resilience. It looks like it's working. I think I have +5 and +5. Just doesn't have any effects, I guess. That's pretty crazy. Not just do slow-mo one. There we go. Anyway. Not a big deal since I got... Yeah. Outbreak is finishing now. Okay, cool. So yeah, sorry guys if you missed that. Sneak peek at the new wardrobe system. Or the overhaul for it, I guess. Anyway, okay, so we're switching to this character. And talk to Jonas. Okay, so, or Jonah, not Jonas. We need Graham's fishing rod.
Listen.
What? We'll need a lockjaw minnow. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was doing it properly, so I didn't lose or mess something up. Okay, wait, did he take my rod? Nope. You know what? Hold on. Let's go to dialogue mail. Event send mail. Hopefully we didn't already trigger this. There we go. All right, send. Let's see. Mail to send. Mail Jonah fixed rod. Deliver immediately. False. Deliver condition. None. Deliver after X days. 2. Add mail to queue. Step into. I'm a little concerned because this is not happening via any sort of RPC event, which makes me wonder. Oh, right. Mail is handled locally. That makes sense. Okay, so we have mail queue. I have a bunch of mail in my mail queue, which makes sense. Step over. Now I have more. Yep, there's Jonah's rod. Step into. Save mail. Step over. Save mail. Step into. Clear data. Save mail. Mailbox. Set members. Save with AB toggle. Step over. That finishes the event. Play. Okay, so we should now have mail waiting to come in. So we need 2 more days, so we'll do set time dawn. That should be 1 day. Hello? Oh, can't do it with this character. Let's move it on the other screen, sorry. I did get the mail. So, did you leave the game while waiting for the mail, golfer? What's up, Zeldude? Is that a play on Zelda? What I'm thinking, it might be, yeah, it might be that we leave the game. It's not properly loading our mail back up, maybe, which might be why some players are not seeing an issue with getting their mail, and we're not getting reports because players are just doing the thing to get the mail, and then they're staying in the game until the mail shows up. Well, let's go to our player component. Oh, we have it open. Let's look for mail. Actually, let's do init player data. Are we saving our mail? Mailbox, mail queue. So we are loading and saving our mail queue properly. I believe the dawn event triggers, I think, with like a mail manager. VP mail manager. Bind to dawn event, try to send mail. Let's dig through this and figure out exactly where the mail is being sent. Here's a question, Golfer. Oh, you know what? I wonder if this is not working on dedicated servers because the server is still running when you're offline. So the mail manager still exists. Is it replicated? Yeah, the mail manager is replicated, so the server is running it. So we have right, we have to create a widget to do this send mail event, which is weird. This is running on both the server and the client then. Oh. If it's not a dedicated server. But this could still be happening locally then. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. I want to say that this is triggering for clients, even though this is just the server that's like, yeah. So if it's the server running this, that's not going to do anything if it's dedicated. That's fine. But the client should still run it. The client will bind to the event. So that does mean that if you're offline, this is not running for you. That's good. Get player component, get mail queue. So yeah, this should be working. Have you passed a 7 a.m. yet, Golfer? Looks like something I touched. No, I think it's fine though, Mike. I just had to wrap my. I've been on vacation for a week, so I'm like trying to like get back up to speed, and I think I was just kind of like many mornings. Okay, yeah, it's It should be triggering each dawn event at 7 a.m. Can you send me your save file? I think I can find your mail queue in it and look and find it. If it's not in the mail queue, it means it was either delivered or got dumped somehow. If it's still in the mail queue, so we have deliver after X days. If it's greater than 1, then we just set it to the same thing -1. Set that element. I wonder if this is just not saving. We're setting the element, but are we ever saving it? Like, this is just the local queue. Yes. Local mail queue, save. Okay. All right, well, we'll take a look at that, I guess. This seems like it's working. All right, let's test it again. This time we'll clear it out. Then we'll test it again, and we will this time around quit the game after we complete the quest, and then after we complete the identifiers, and then we will close the game and then reopen it and see if it fails while we wait for golfer. Also, no rush, golfer. You don't have to do it right now. Okay, let's clear all. We need this, and we need grabs rod. I'm looping. Kind of dumb. You have to talk to him 3 times. I don't know why I did that. Okay, add to mail queue. Good. Resume. Okay. Let's trigger a save. Wait, what? Why did that just... Oh, right. I figured it does weird things when I'm test playing. Like, it's like it paused the game for the client, which is like, what? Like, what is happening? I don't know if that actually triggered a save. Let's drop something from our inventory, I guess. Okay, closing that. Play. Okay, got the save file. We should build like a widget that like shows us our mail queue. That'd be nice, be handy. Okay, so we should have the mail queue in here. Maybe we should actually do a breakpoint on our player component and see if it's actually loading in. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's stop. Let's hit play again. We'll make sure we're doing this on the client. Just make sure it's being saved. This is the server. Let's hit resume. So it shouldn't matter because the client did it and then the server has it now. But yeah, there's the client. Skip over. More time. Mail Jonah fixed rod. Days 2. Okay, resume. Let's pass 1 day, and then we'll see if it saves properly as the second day. Okay, there's 7 a.m. We don't have mail. Good. Let's go. Not that. Let's go combine those to trigger a save. Close it. Hit play. Okay, there's our server. Resume. And there's our client. Step over, step over. Mail queue. We have Jonah. Days left is 1. Everything is working correctly so far. It's working as expected. Okay, let's do set time dawn. There's 7 a.m. and we have our mail. Do you see why do you see why like bugs are so hard to fix in multiplayer games? Like, it just works. It always just works on my end. Things work on my end, and then I push it to a shipping build, and everyone's like, this is broken. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. It was working on my end. I don't know how to fix it now. Okay, let's look at your save file and see if it has the mail. Should we just try to cheat? What am I doing? Hold on. GPT is analyzing it. We could look through it ourselves. We could have just done a Control F probably. It's in there. Let's look for ourselves. That's known NPCs. Helped Jonah. Mail Jonah. Fixed rod. Status. Have you got these other mail? All this other mail? I assume you got like Mo's mail about the egg. Bill about the housing plot. Bernhardt's mail. Ned's mail about the egg. And then there's Kickstarter DLC. Do you guys not have the oh wait, here's the... No, you have the Hero Edition. Okay. Or do you actually? You might not have the Hero Edition. You do. I'm sure you do. Anyway. Yeah, I got the mail for the egg sure, and the Kickstarter DLC, definitely. Okay. Mail read status. New enumerator 1 / This is weird. Is there another one? Nope. So you have it in there. The thing is, I can't tell. It doesn't, it's interesting. It doesn't like show me. Hmm. Okay, let's do this. Have you tried this character in a new, not in a new world, but in single player, not in your, not in the dedicated server. Like, have you loaded in your golfer character into single player and then waited a couple days to see if it did? I did. I will check again real quick. Sure. You can also just throw the save file into the your dev build if you want and test it. I don't recommend moving it back because it might break things, but I mean, it's in here. I do wonder if this is like delivered mail, like if maybe it like somehow bugged and thought it got delivered. Like, this is weird because you do have mail queue or queued mail check DLC Kickstarter. Deliver after like days, and then none mailbox. Let's hit play again. I'm probably still gonna have that mail sitting there, hopefully. So I no longer have the Jonah in the queued mail, which is to be expected because it's already like been delivered, and there it is. Like, I can get it. Hopefully, we'll test it. Let's do it one more time, and then this time we'll check the save file, or maybe we'll check the save file now. That's known NPCs. That's dialogue. Okay. So we do have the same place here, and it is showing. It looks like it's the same. I'm using GPT-04 Mini, which is taking way longer than GPT, but we'll see. Just like your other file, there's a mail Jonah fixed rod entry sitting in the mail queue. Specifically, mail reads red status, new enumerator shows up a few bytes later, around blah, blah, blah. So you have your mail for Jonah is queued in this save file as well, waiting for delivery. So it's assuming that means it's queued, but that's interesting that there's no difference between the two. You know, and yours was not delivered and mine was. So it makes me a little worried that. Where are we? There we go. This is the client. Step over, step over. Yeah, I don't see it in here anymore. But it is there, like it's waiting for us to pick up. If we take it. Let's just do it on both sides just to play it safe.
Hey, listen.
What? It's just a 7 a.m. and I got it in single player. So it's... So it's just not working on dedicated servers. Let's try this. We're gonna go to here. No, where is it? No, to here. Wait, what is this print? Hold on. All right, we're gonna put a print string here. Okay, so wait, not. Let's plug it in here. This is going to give us the same print. Okay, so this is going to be orange because that's not necessarily a good thing. We're going to put 10 seconds. Let's duplicate this. And here, we're going to do... this. In this next build, we're going to test this and look for these print strings. If we're not seeing the green one at all when we start the game up, then that means that in dedicated servers, this is not running on the client, and this is just never ever going to deliver mail on dedicated server, which is wild because, or well, no, yeah, I don't know why that would be happening. That doesn't make any sense though, because I definitely got mails. This would definitely be triggering. Oh, you know what though? I don't think I tested getting mail with a delay though, which means it wouldn't be in the queue, so I wouldn't have to worry about the bind to dawn event. So maybe this is just not, yeah, maybe our mail manager is just not turning on dedicated servers because of those checks in the beginning, which would be unfortunate. Oh, there goes our ad break. I'm glad Golfer was subbed. It might be the mail notification icon, not the actual mail not being delivered. Maybe I've had it all along and never checked. Oh, maybe. That could be possible as well. I don't know though. Hey, what's up, Honest Dan? How have you been, man? It's been a while. Yeah, I don't know, Golfer. That sounds possible, but I think if anything, it's this. I would say it's this just like not triggering for some reason, which is weird because it's not like we're telling it to just run on server. So I don't know why this wouldn't be running on a client or working. This should all be handled locally. Nowhere in here do we worry about multiplayer at all, so. And it's using our like local dialogue plugin, which is all local as well. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna leave these prints in and we'll figure out when we're in our next build if this is an issue. If we see 2 orange triggers and no green one when you log into a dedicated server, oh, that means I need to push a dedicated server too. Golf, I'm gonna need your help testing this one, I think. But it's okay, we can get to it whenever. I don't think it's a huge priority right now. If people run into this issue, we can just tell them to join in a single player world until they get their mail. At least it's fixable, right? It's not game breaking. Okay, let's move on from it though. I don't know why I'm checking that out. I didn't change anything. Yeah, Yeah, well, a bit out of touch with Twitch, but things are okay. How are you and fam? Good. We just got back from a vacation to Yellowstone National Park. If you know where that is. And it was pretty nice. We had a little family reunion because Gianna's family was there. They met us there, and then my grandparents and my aunt showed up. That was really fun. But yeah, things are good. How come you haven't been on Twitch lately? Busy with life stuff? Okay, I think we can close almost all this stuff now. Move on to the next bug. We're gonna put... Where did that go? Inbound rod. I'm gonna put it in fix the next build. Let's put a comment on it though. Sorry, I'm being thorough. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna add our, let's see, we need a dedicated server label on this one. And we'll tag it as minor and multiplayer. Okay, we're tagged in there. Golfer, I'm gonna add you to it too on the Trello, just so you and I are note like this is our thing to fix or to work on together. Let's see. Lovely, just consumed by work to be honest, and I bought a house in January, so moving and fixing up things means it's just not been a nice post-work environment. Yeah, I can imagine. I can see that happening. That's cool. Yeah, honestly, I had been pretty much like I still stream like once or twice a week at least. I didn't stream last week because vacation. But I have been streaming very consistently. But I have not been like consuming Twitch at all. Whenever I do have spare minute, I'm either working or spending time with family or whatever. I've not really like spent a lot of time on Twitch. And even when I'm like working, I used to like do like doing the co-working thing where I'd watch someone on Twitch as I work. And lately I've been listening to audiobooks or just music or just focusing, one or the other. So yeah, I get it. It happens sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know why I've been distant from Twitch as well. I think part of it is just ads. I'm so sick of the ads on Twitch. It feels like every single time I log in, I tune into anyone's stream at all. It's just like ad after ad after ad, and I just cannot afford $5 a month for every single person I want to watch. I guess I could sign up for the Twitch Turbo or whatever it is. But I don't want to. I feel like I give Twitch enough of my revenue. I don't want to pay them more just so I don't have to watch ads. Anyway, it's probably not worth wasting any more cycles on this. If someone else reports it, maybe take another look, but I wouldn't stress about it now. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll take a look when we'll do a dedicated server build to test on for the next thing, which I don't know. I hate to like ask you to start up a dedicated server just to test it, but if you want to, we can. If not, it's not a big deal. Anyway, it would be nice if we had a ping perfect like dev server that we could use. I might reach out to them. Maybe not. Probably not worth it. It can be pretty impactful to viewing experience. Yeah, it's kind of like 90 seconds of ads is a lot of ads to sit through, you know? Like, I mean, I know it's not much different than like what like 90s, you know, TV used to be, but like we've grown away from that, and now people are not used to like 90 seconds of like delay. you know. Rated, Jevons Cherries Game Dev. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. How was your stream? What were you doing? What were you working on? I assume you're working on something since you have Game Dev in the title. Okay, moving on. When I log back into my game with my friends, we only have the current loadout equipped. When we switch to others, they have their own clothing customization, but not the weapons and tools. I've seen this bug, but it's not that consistent. Because you guys just saw that I had 2 loadouts. It does seem like sometimes when I log in, my loadouts are missing things. But usually only like 1 or 2, like, I don't know what causes it. Like, I don't even have a clue. Like, look, here I have all my stuff, and then switch loadout, and I have my stuff. Like, my loadouts are saving properly. My character would look insane right now. Did I change these, though? I thought I changed my loadouts. I might not have saved after that. I probably didn't save. Anyway. Fixed some bugs with input buffering and did some design work. Nice. Cool. What kind of game are you making? And what engine are you working in? We're making a game called Swords and Magic and Stuff. If you haven't heard of it, it is out on Steam right now in early access. It's a cozy, cooperative, open world RPG with multiplayer. You can play up to like 16 players if you want to in your world, but it's very much like a drop in, drop out kind of multiplayer experience, which is cool. Anyway, we're working on fixing some bugs today and doing some like skill tree stuff. I have no idea how to even like replicate this issue with the loadouts, and I don't know. I'm just gonna have to like dive through all the code, and I don't feel like doing it today. One person is complaining that a secret thing is not spawning in any of their locations, and I would love to know like why they think this is a bug and why they think that like they know exactly where and when this thing is gonna spawn. I know this is working because I have found it multiple times, and I know Golfer, I think you found the new secret thing multiple times, so I'm just archiving that one. What else we got? Let's catch up on chat. I'm considering getting back into Twitch. I'm struggling to do any game dev / personal development out of work, and Twitch helped me with that. Yes, for sure. My job has me more hands off these days, so I feel like I'm de-skilling unless I start doing more out of work. Yeah, interesting. I feel like it takes a lot to like, I mean, I think it's easy to like kind of get like to like build up some rust. I think like if you don't like touch coding for a few weeks, whatever, it's pretty easy to build up a little bit of rust. But shaking that rust off is pretty quick. I think just takes like a day of work, and you're like, okay, back in the swing of things, which is good. I think it's nice that you can take time off and like not have to worry about relearning everything you knew. But yeah, I think if it's been like a few months since you've been really doing any like heavy lifting in programming, maybe it's a good idea. I like having, I mean, I don't know, I've never worked like a dev job, like a 9-to-5 dev job like that before, so I don't know what that would be like. It might be exhausting to like work on anything on the side. But I did used to work 9-to-5 jobs that were not development related, and yeah, if I took like a couple weeks off of coding or whatever and not doing any of it at all, then I definitely lost some knowledge. But also like, I don't know, I don't think I could take that much time off anymore. Like I used to be able to do it when I had other things going on, like I had music and stuff like that I did. Now I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Anyway, it's gonna rain. It's gonna thunder. What's up, Red? Hello, Matt. You guys came in at like the same time. Working in UE5, working on a game that tries to blend third-person action games and deck building that influence combat and characters at runtime. Oh, that's cool. Third-person action games and deck building that influence combat and actions or in characters at runtime. That's cool. How does that like? Do you like actively like so? Most deck builders I know of, you like play cards as you're playing. Is this more of like a passive effect thing where you like have a deck of cards and you like collect them over time, and then they just have like, are they like almost like a skill tree kind of thing, like with passives going on? Or is it more of like an active thing where you like cycle through your cards and like play them as you run around? That could be kind of cool if like your cards were sort of like spells or abilities, I guess. That's neat. It's a neat idea. Okay, last bug on the list that I have not looked. I mean, there's a bunch of bugs on this list, but most of them are like some of them are like people were saying like they abandoned their quest. What's this? I can't even read this one. Well, on the choose Rivari or Machinist, when talking to Rivari, you get a need to consider option. And that seems to mess up the quest. It says complete for me, but it didn't go any further. Okay, let's go. Let's just double check this. So Paxari. You don't have an option to consider. You just have this. Welcome back. What have you found Fernthal? And you can say it's being held captive or not yet. There's no I need to consider. There in the Machinist there is. But nothing happens on that. And this one, I have questions first. I haven't. Have you made up your mind yet about the impossible choice you have to make? I haven't yet. I've chosen the help of Rivari. Nothing happens. I haven't yet. Nothing happens. So nothing is triggering anything in here. This is just a condition. This one here, this is a condition. Nothing is triggering. So this is probably like the classic case of players not reading the dialogue and skipping through things and not realizing what's going on. Also, there's no quest for this, and I know that throws people off because they're expecting to see a quest in their inventory or in their quest log, and there isn't one for this. Like once you get to this point, you have no more quests. You're not like completing a quest anymore, right? Maybe this one is the quest. No, this one is the quest. But it doesn't, like, you can't complete the quest unless you actually finish it. Yes, I want to help. That triggers the quest. That advances the quest. Which we could technically do it at the end here so you don't lose this dialogue, but that's all you're going to lose is a couple things of dialogue, and it's not super important. There's nothing special there. But yeah, there's no way to like complete that quest unless you actually choose it. So my guess is someone just spammed through and then it completed it somewhere and they don't know what to do next because they haven't accepted the next quest yet, which should be happening actually instantly. The next quest is probably just a different quest name and they're not understanding what it's called. It's being held captive. Oh. Okay, there is an issue right here. These right here need to be happening at the same place this one does. You can say I need to think about it. Oh, okay, nope, this is a bug. Never mind. I was really quick to judge this person, and this is definitely a bug. No, wait. Yep. Because this right here advances the quest. but it doesn't start the next one, and there's no way to get back into this. Damn it. You can't, why would you? We can't do this. Okay, so we need to break. Okay, I have broken this. Great, that sucks. Break links with node, that one. And then this right here, we need to move this. Here. And here. That sucks. So that also means this is annoying. Because you're accepting a quest that you haven't even been offered yet at this point. I think we need to add another branch in here, actually. I think we need to space this out and add another branch in here. And we don't need to do this. So here we need to complete the the choice quest, right? This one, the Find the Fire Spirit, gets completed. But then you shouldn't have to start the next quest until you get down here. So what we need to do is another node here. And this needs to say something like... Maybe we just copy this. And this condition's going to be if our Find this Fire Spirit is finished. What's this condition? If that quest is active. So we want to check if we don't have this quest yet. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. That shouldn't matter. Just make sure we're not going to trigger this anywhere else. This has a bunch of things we're looking for. That one's fine. That one's fine. I don't think anything checks this. Quest has rotation. Okay. So here I think we can just check to see if this quest right here has been completed. Quest complete check. Paste, pass on complete. Okay. We can put that there. Now we move these back down here. So we want this one, copy. Should just Control Z, I guess, probably. Copy. I wish I could cut. Paste. Okay. Okay, so now if you... Oh, we need one more thing. If you go here, you choose this completes the quest. Then you get through all this dialogue. Or if you quit anywhere in here, or if you choose this option, you don't ever start the next quest or get the world event for helping the Rubari. Start with Rubari. You actually should have actually got this all though. Let's put this one on the top. You should get this here. Is this going to cause more problems? I don't know. That one doesn't care about that. That one doesn't care about that. That one doesn't care about that. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Okay, none of those care about that. But there is one on the machinist though. So if you go talk to the machinist, I guarantee he checks to see if you sided with the Rivari. Where is it? This one. Oh. We should do an or condition here. And then this one. I don't know if this world event is used like anywhere. Side with the Rivari. I think it's just like something I thought we needed and we didn't, and it didn't end up using. World event. So if you've completed that, if you advance it to get the next quest yet, or you have the world events that you so cited, meaning if you trigger this at all, then you're going to start triggering this dialogue where the machinist is mad at you. Okay. I'm sure no one in chat is following that, and that's totally fine. It's working. It's making sense in my head. Anyway, so we trigger this, and then we quit immediately afterward. Then when we come back and talk to him again, because we've triggered this world event and advanced this quest, this one is checking to see if we've completed that quest. If we have, this next one is looking for the next quest. Great, cool. Then we should trigger this one, and then we'll trigger here and go down to here. So we start this whole dialogue again. So if you skip all this or somewhere, or go down here and say, I need to think about it, when you come back again, he immediately throws you right back into, there's no intro, nothing like that. He just throws you right back into the dialogue, which is fine. I think it works. Okay, and now for that player who did do that, he will have completed this quest, and he will not have this world event yet, meaning this right here will trigger for him correctly, and he should be able to complete the quest or continue the quest. This is, he does have a 0, or oh my god, let me just dox him. He does have a Discord handle. Let me see if I can find him on Discord. John Deere Enjoyer, neat dialogue plugin. How do you like it? I love it. I've been using it for several years, mostly on this project, but I put it in almost every project I have dialogue in because it's just quick and easy. Though I will admit that setting it up is kind of annoying because it comes with a dialogue widget and a dialogue reply widget, and in order to like properly use them, because they are set in plugin content, when you put them in the engine, if you want to use it in multiple projects within that engine version, then you have to duplicate it, right? Duplicate both of them, and then you have to go through each one and find all the instances of the other one, of like the reply, and then in the reply of the dialogue widget, and you have to switch all those around to your new duplicates. So it does take like half an hour to set up because of that, and that is very tedious and annoying, and I really wish they had a better way to do that. I think you can technically just build your own with them as like a parent, or as that, like as the parent class, whatever, as a widget, and that will work. But then you have to build the whole thing, which is like more annoying than just like duplicating whatever. Either way, it's really annoying though. Which plugin is that? It's called the dialogue plugin. Like as I mentioned, if you have like 30 minutes to like set it up and copy all your stuff over, and then like to style the widget or whatever it comes with, then it's like super easy. The best part about it isn't even this tree. The trees are great, right? But the best part about it is, or the events. So, or and then the conditions. So you can just go to, actually, hang on. Dialogue event. These are all of our dialogue events. So we have one for send mail. We have one for play a particle at NPC. We have one for play an NPC emote. We have a bunch of these things. We don't use a lot of them very often, but we do use them. And you can make, these are all custom made too. We don't like, these don't like come built in, but you can custom make your own and do whatever you want on it. It's like this one's a play particles at NPC. So this is just like this is to get triggered in the dialogue, and then we have we have a player reference and an NPC reference, and we're just getting this location and then playing a particle, and we have this particle exposed as a variable up here. And then when I use that in dialogue, like if I wanted to add a particle NPC, I can choose the particle system. And if I want an offset, I can choose to set that in there too, because I've set that up. But you can do whatever you want as events. You can like build your own like dialogue events stuff. It makes it super easy. We use this in our in a bunch of games. Pretty much all any games we have that has dialogue, we're using this. It's pretty handy. The best thing about it is that we actually found a way to like kind of like sneak it into other things too, because the conditions and events are so handy and so useful. And I wish there was like a better solution to this outside of this plugin, and there might be that I just don't know of. But we actually fake it. So for our mail system, we have a bunch of conditions that we can put on our mail, and we use a dialogue for that. So if we go like mail queue mail check, we can put different conditions in here, like if you have a certain item, or if the player's a certain level or whatever, and then each day at dawn it checks all those things for that mail, and we just stick these conditions on whatever we want on mail we want, so we can check all these different things, and then if the player meets all those requirements, then the mail gets delivered, which is cool. So we can check to see if like your reputation is high enough in a certain zone before you get like a letter delivered to you. We can check if the player has a certain like skill level, like if they've leveled up their warrior skill to level 20 or something, we can send a mail then. There's all kinds of cool stuff. Oh, there's an ad break. Anyway, I think that the player who reported this, I feel bad because I was like, they just skipped through this, but they were totally right. So after reporting to Paxari that the fire spirit is being held captive, quit dialogue or choose I have to think about this option at the end. Then talk to him again and make sure that he continues his dialogue where it left off. You can okay. All right, the next bug, let's close these. One person is saying that the item displays, great, this is going to be annoying. We need to build a house. God, my allergy is so bad lately. So annoying. Ad break is finishing now. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're buying a house. We need an item display. And we need some food to put on it. Let's get a broth. Okay, put an item display down. I put some broth. Oh, that's not how that works. My bad. Yep, so item displays have been modified to work better for weapons, and because of that, they now do stupid things to everything else. So if we put a dagger in there, it looks nice for the dagger, it looks stupid for our food that would go on a table. How do we fix this? This is the million-dollar question, because this has been a problem for a long time, and it's very annoying. And I think the solution here is we put some arrows right here, Or we have like a button down here that you click that closes the inventory and then gives you like a UI on the screen that lets you rotate the item on it. Okay, let's go. Let's just fix this. This is something like I know when we add this thing in, players are gonna lose their minds over it. It's gonna be really worth it. Like I know that a lot of players who like decorating things like that are gonna really love being able to have like full control over what they place on item displays, so they can like rotate them around and put them where they want. So let's just do it. Should we do it today or should we put it off? I don't know. So it's supposed to be skill trees. We haven't even touched skill trees yet. Let's go to storage. Container inventory. We have an empty bin button. Let's go, let's see. Let's wrap this with a widget switcher. I was gonna just try to like reuse this button, but it'll just be easier to do two of them. This is gonna be our container option switcher. Let's duplicate this button that's in here. Let's call this what do we call this? Position item. Sure. This is going to be a bit of a problem though, because we have certain things that have like hold multiple things. So we're just going to have to only show this if you have like a single item as storage. I think we're also going to let players do more with this. Can we just center this? Nope. It says padding. Padding from where? Well, let's work with that, I guess. Okay, well, let's figure out where this gets turned on and off. If it's a recycle bin, we set it visible, but we also need to grab our widget switcher. Set index, the widget index to 0. If it's not a bank, it's a storage bin, recycle bin. Oops. This is something I wanted to add a long time ago, never got around to finishing. We'll just leave it here for now. We need to cast to. Let's just do this for the item placement things. Whatever it's called. What is it called? It would be handy to do this for shop items too. Display. We might want it on things like this though too. Display case. I think we need to check if we have multiple. Yeah, let's do in display case. Get inventory component. Oh, it's right there. Get inventory size. If this is equal to 1. We'll switch this to 1. And then we want to make not this one visible, but this one visible. Okay. We should now have a button that shows up when we open our item display. Let's double check. Anyway, used in every project. Nice, cool. Yeah, the dialogue plugin is pretty great. I think it's expensive though. I don't remember I think I got it on sale or something a long time ago. Or I just bought it when we actually had money to spend on the game. Okay, I have a possession item button, which shouldn't do anything right now. Excellent. And then it shows the 0 to 1 over there. That's fine. Cool. And then that should work. Maybe we grade this out until there's an item in here. Oh. We should probably... return up here. Let's get our inventory. Networked inventory. Let's do, I think we should promote, maybe we just promote this. Or maybe we like, this is a function. What if we promote this? Let's promote this to a variable. Let's call this display case inventory. what we need to do is bind this to... Maybe not. Yeah, because we want... Okay, so what we need to do is we do need to... We want access to this. So we need to, like... Let's just make another function. Let's call this update position item button. This is a bad idea. What I want to do bind to inventory updated. Create event. I want to choose update position item. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll do get inventory networked length greater than 0. We just want our button now. Set is enabled. And that's it. Okay, let's test it. Tangled Up Games. Yo, Michael, need a quick tip for streaming. Are you using OBS, recording entire screen, or just UE5 window? I do use OBS. I just switched from Streamlabs OBS, which I highly do not recommend. I used it for several years, though, and did love it. But they are getting worse and worse and worse. And I feel like every few months they like break something, and then I have to like redo stuff on my stream, and it's really annoying. So I have fully switched back to OBS recently, and I do screen record my entire screen, which means I can show you this kind of stuff, right? Which I think is useful, especially if you're doing like multiple softwares. I just have to be careful with what I share on my screen, but that's fine. But yes, that's how I do it. Okay, we should open this up. Okay, we need to make this not... I guess we just need to call this update position first. Go back. We'll just call this once here. What software? What do you mean, Frogger? What software am I using right now? This is Unreal Engine 4. Okay, grayed out until I put an item in. Beautiful. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, this doesn't do anything yet. We'll get that working next. Okay. Now we need a new widget. I'm also trying to decide, do we want to like move our camera? I'm kind of thinking it'd be kind of nice if we had a... Yeah, this is Unreal 4. However, if you want to make games and you want to make something like I'm making, just use UE5. It's going to be a lot easier to work with. They have updates coming out all the time. There's all kinds of new features and stuff. There are a couple headaches, like if you want to make like really lightweight games, that's a little tougher in UE5 than it would be in UE4. Because you have to worry about turning off nanite and turning off Lumen, and a couple other things like that that are just like enabled by default, which is kind of tedious. However, I still think UE5 is a better way to go. And if all of my other projects other than Swords and Magic are in UE5, anything else I work on. I understand. Cool. Thanks. Sadly, window pop-ups in UE5 don't get recorded when you just capture the window, so you've got to be careful with full screen capture. Yes. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Or if you do like an auto capture thing, which I think you have the option to or something, you can have situations where, actually, I guess you can't do that in OBS. In Discord, they do that all the time, where you do like a window capture, then whatever window you have like selected or whatever starts showing, and you can have a situation where like you'll get like an error pop up or something. It'll like flood the whole screen. It's really annoying. But yeah, just do full screen, and then just do you have multiple monitors? I have 2 monitors, or 3 monitors. Sorry, I have 3 monitors, so it's very easy for me to just have like my entire Trello board is open on the other monitor over here, and I have all of my OBS over here and my chat over here, and I have Discord open over here. Like I have everything kind of laid out exactly how I like it for streaming. It's much easier when you have multiple windows to work with, but if you only have one, that's tricky. Your best bet is probably to make sure you have like a break, or like I have a break time screen like this, right? You're gonna want something like this, so you can just, when you need to hide something on the screen, you can just like switch that scene and then pull up whatever you need to, and then work on that thing, whatever, and then you can put it away and then switch back to your like dev scene or whatever. That's probably the best way to do it if you only have one monitor, so you just know that you're never showing anything you don't want to show. But still difficult, because it means you have to remember, like, don't unminimize things, whatever, or don't minimize something if you know you have something underneath it that's like hidden or whatever. It'll take some practice, but honestly, if you can manage to invest in a second monitor, it's very, very much worth it. Even if it's just like a dinky one you get off like eBay or something, or like Facebook Marketplace, whatever you have available, just like a used one. Even just a little thing, just something to have like your chat on and like any other like sensitive stuff open. That break transition is so fancy. Thanks. I think Arrow made that for me a long time ago. I didn't use it for a long time because I didn't have it set up in Streamlabs OBS, and now it's set up in but I've always had it set up in OBS. So when I switched back, it just worked. Just join. What's the type of game you're working on? What's up, Ethan? Yeah, this is a game called Swords and Magic and stuff. It is an open world, cozy cooperative RPG. I'll show you a tiny bit of it. It is out on Steam right now in early access. You can buy it today. It was just on sale for 50% off, but now it is back to full price. Sorry about that if you missed it. My character looks nuts right now, but you can customize your character with a bunch of different stuff you find in game. So like a ton of different clothing choices. Switch to, doesn't matter, we'll just do none. We also have a mask on. And you can also like change your I'm playing a moon elf right now, but you can be different characters. There's a sun orc, which is what this guy is, who's quite a bit bigger, and then this guy's a human, and then she's a moon elf too. And then there's also faun and dryad as playable races right now. These guys are bandits, and this guy's like a broken ghost character. Anyway, yeah, so it's an open world RPG. There's a whole inventory system. There's thousands of items. This is our collections system. These are all the items you can collect in the game. These are all the hats. These are all the masks, not as many. This is all the furniture you can collect for your house. Each one of these has a physical model you can put in your house. There's so much stuff. Just so much stuff. Climbable ladders, paintings. Anyway, that's all the stuff you can put in your house. This is all the clothing you can get, and then these are all the weapons. It functions a lot like a casual private MMO, I guess, for you and your friends. So this is the world, but pretty much everything is unloaded right now to keep testing fast. Because if I had the whole world loaded in all the time, it tanks the performance while I'm testing stuff in editor. Oh, there's an invisible wall right there. Why? I think we put that there just, yeah. Anyway, but this is a zone that is fully loaded in, but as you can see, like as things are loading in, I'm like lagging a little bit just because it's in editor. These guys are all trying to kill me right now. But yeah, there's like all kinds of chests you can find in the world, a bunch of loot in them. Some potions, some bandages. Let's try not to get killed by these guys. Here's some people we can talk to. They should help us fight these guys if they get attacked by them. There we go. Okay, they'll take care of them. We can go in here and talk to these people. It's online. How does the Steam demo work? Single player? Nope. It's the demo is so okay. So it's not an MMO. That was probably misleading when I said that. It feels like you're playing an MMO, but it's only for you and your friends. So it is online. You can play with friends, or you can play single player. When you go into the game, you can host your own world, or you can join someone else's world that's been hosted, or you can play single player. And you can also run a dedicated server. We also are partnered with Ping Perfect, so you can work with them to get a server set up in like a matter of minutes, and then you can just pay them monthly to host the server. I don't know how much it costs. I can't remember. I think it's like $15 a month for like 4 players. Oh god, this character is even worse. We were testing our new wardrobe system that I just tweaked. So there's like, here, we'll pick something fun. Let's go with this, and we'll go with like a cozy. We also have a search bar now. Let's do, no, cozy. There, we already have the beard. We're dressed up for Christmas now. What was I saying? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's multiplayer, but you can play single player too. And players can just drop in and out too. There's no like, you don't have to like start a game together like that. Like players can come in at any time, and you can help them level up and everything. But yeah, I can fly obviously because I have cheat codes, but you wouldn't normally. There's also mounts. I have mounts and a companion. This is one of the end game kind of mounts. It's a slime, and yes, you are just floating around inside of the slime. There's also basic mounts too, like horses. There's a butterfly I can catch to go fishing with. There's so much in the game. There's hundreds of hours in the game. You're part of Kindred Games. When I was, wait, hold on. What am I missing? I got 2 monitors. Good tips. Yes, good, cool. Oh, that break transition. Full price is well worth it anyway. Josh Works agrees. Swords of Magic is an awesome game. You're part of Kindred Games. When I was thinking of my studio name, I was considering Kindred, but then I saw someone else picked it, and I was sad. There's actually a like a gambling organization that makes games called Kindred Games, and I think it's called Kindred Games. Kindred something. Kindred Works or something. I don't remember. And they make like slot machines and stuff. But I thought it was like far enough away that I could take it, so I stole it. But yeah, I'm the only member of Kindred Games. Just me. Me, myself, and I. I had a team of 5 people that were all contractors working for me, but they no longer do. Mostly just because I ran out of money. So yeah, I'm working solo on this. I also have another project that's on Steam, not live yet, called Seeking Adventure, and you can wishlist it. It's a much smaller little single player game. Yeah, this is a little shop. You can there's a lot of stuff in this game. And this is just one zone. This is like the latest zone right now. An eagle flying around up there. Fly faster. But yeah, this is another zone. It's called Windless Woods. It's also not loaded in right now, so it looks pretty empty. And then there's a whole island over here called Azura, which is also not fully loaded in. Some stuff's loaded in. This is called Ramshackle Reef. It's a little pirate town. There's yeah, there's stuff everywhere. Anyway, and get ready for work tomorrow. Gonna get ready for work tomorrow. Office day. Cool. See you later, Red. What's up, Mateus? The game looks so great. I will check it out on Steam. Cool. Thanks, Tangled. What are we working today? What are we doing today? We're working on, right now we're kind of in the middle of working on a new feature that is going to fix some annoying bugs we've been running into for a long time. We're making a little widget that will rotate and store, hopefully, rotations for display cases and display item displays. What's happening is I keep fixing these, like the rotations for certain items, and then they break something for another item. So players used to be able to like put like food on their tables in their houses. Oh yeah, and the game has player housing. Just one more of the millions things this game has. So you can put these little item displays down, right? And then you can place like food in them if you wanted to like display food on your table or something. The problem is that now, because we fixed them for weapons being stored, they are broken for food. And I could go in and like try to like find a way to like tag or like rotate or something every like new item. Oh, I spawned 2 of these and I didn't need to. Anyway. But yeah, it's very annoying and tedious to do that. See, because now like our weapon shows properly, but if I rotate the like socket that this sticks to, then this will show properly, but this won't. So what we're gonna do is I'm building a thing where you can click this position item button, it'll close your UI or whatever, and then it'll pop up with a new like widget that like I'm thinking what we'll do is like switch to a camera that like zooms in on this, and you'll have like a little like toolbar or like tools around it with like arrow buttons or whatever, and you'll click them and it'll like rotate and like pitch, pivot, whatever. I don't know. That's kind of the goal right now, is it'll just, yeah. But we don't have a camera on the display cases, so that's where I was going first. Just like, should we add a camera to them so you can see them properly? I mean, like, I assume players will be able to see them at the angle they were at because they were able to interact with them in the first place, so maybe we don't need a camera. And a camera might be even more annoying than it's worth if you're trying to do some funky stuff where, like, you're putting, like, a display case or a display item or something, or an item display, like, underneath of an object or something, then the camera might not be able to see, like, what you're trying to do with it. So maybe having a camera is not a good idea, and we just, like, pop the buttons up on the screen. I don't know. I think we're just gonna make the widget. We'll leave the camera off for now. We don't need it yet, and then we'll go from there. We're just gonna go to like this folder, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and there was an ad going on through all that I was talking about. Nice. Cool. Sorry about that if you guys missed a bunch of stuff. Okay, we will keep this on the screen, and I think we'll just kind of position it from center and a little bit over. So we'll add a canvas panel. We already have one. This is a new UE5. UE4 has one automatically. Let's do a vertical box. Center want to position this to the right. Or just like right there. Okay, so what I'm thinking... Actually, what am I thinking? What do we want to do? I think we should just do like an XYZ rotation. We don't have to label them that. We can call them like... X would be... I don't know. Are we just adding like a socket to this? I'm surprised we don't have like a... Oh, we do. This billboard. So we're just going to rotate the billboard. We'll also probably do a location. Maybe even... What if we even offer like scale? That could be kind of cool too. Init display case data, populate meshes, display the meshes array. All display meshes. React to change in inventory. We have a socket transform. We get all socket names. This is going to be, we're only going to do this for display cases that can hold one item, because I can't do this for every single item. Well, I guess we could. I guess we could just have like a drop down or something, or even just like a button that just like cycles through. Is it worth doing that? Well, we have a world transform right here. Why do we not comment why we do stupid things like this? What is this? So get placement location. I think we're gonna ditch this probably and just do this get placement location one, because I don't know why we're doing this either. Probably because we want so this is a magic item display. What we're probably doing is we're moving. So let's say you have like a plate, right, which is the regular display. How do you do the online then in C++? No multicast madness or anything? Oh no, definitely not. I was looking through your stream at your BPs and I noticed there is no replication going on. Oh no, there's definitely replication going on. Lots of replication, lots of multicast stuff going on. We just do them. I just do them in a relatively clean way, and a lot of the stuff doesn't need to be replicated. We don't replicate everything in the game. In fact, because it's a local or a co-op game, there's no like broad like online global multiplayer like that. We're not even worried about cheating, so we don't even do any like server authoritative stuff. It's all pretty much client authoritative, almost all of it. So yeah, if you like join someone else's world or whatever, you could just like cheat and spawn stuff in if you really wanted to. But like, we don't care, because first of all, if you want to play with just friends, then you can just, you know, you can put a password on your server, or whatever, and you can ban people and stuff too. So it's not a big deal. So yeah, if you and your friends want to cheat, so be it. So yeah, we're not worried about any of that stuff. So it's a lot of our stuff's really simple. Hi. Where'd you find them? Weird. Thanks. I'll put them in my drone drawer. Jenna found a bunch of cable ties, which we knew we had a ton of when we were redoing our desk setup in this room, but couldn't find them anywhere. Brother's spitting facts, very true. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of places where we do replication stuff. There's probably stuff right in here. Yeah, right here. Set with notify. So this is our replicated inventory variable. And then we're I can't. It's not in here. It's in the parent. Oh, it's in the inventory component. That's why. We use a lot of rep with notifies. A lot of stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, this was our first multiplayer game too, so I'm sure we're doing a lot of stuff very wrong, very dumb. But that's okay. Anyway, I think we're going to, yeah, so we have like a plate, basically, like a display case or display plate thing, item display. And then we have like it offset a little bit off the plate, so you can like set an item on top of it, or like a weapon on it or whatever, so it like can be displayed. And I think what we're doing here is if it's a magic one, then we're moving this into the location that the plate is. So instead of having the offset, it's just setting it right there. So it's like on a wall or whatever. So you can just like hang your stuff on the wall without having to have a display plaque. So yeah, I think what we're gonna do though is when we switch this system, we'll probably ditch this option here, and we'll just do this one and let players like position however they want. Anyway, let's comment on this. But we'll probably use this logic. Maybe we won't. Yeah, let's do. And then we'll just add an offset on top of it. Pivot point to socket, always up, center at socket. That's fine, I think. And then at the end of this, we'll just add another thing. So this is our display case. Let's add a variable on here called transform offset, or how about transform, no, position custom position offset. That's fine. And we'll just make it a transform. Sure, check it out. Copy that. We're gonna stick it in our Rama save here. Rama save, owning variables to save, paste. Now that'll be saved, so we can customize it and change it. this does need to be replicated. This number or this information does need to be replicated. So what we'll need to do is, I think we can just do a multicast for this. We're gonna have a widget. When you click the button, we want to send that offset, which is gonna be 0 by default and 1 in scale. And then we will set that offset or change that offset. So I think we'll probably just do a multicast. And then we also need like a, let's just make a, okay. And then we'll use a server call, I guess, on the widget to call this, which means we're gonna have to put it on our player component probably, which is annoying. I'm just trying to like walk through the best way to handle this. I think a multicast is gonna be best because then it'll just be, maybe not. Maybe we do need to just do a rep notify would work. If we do a rep notify, it means we need to save a different version of the variable though. Which is annoying. When you use Rama save, which is the plugin we're using, and you have a variable with a rep notify and you want to save that variable, you have to have two versions of the variable, one with a rep notify and one that's not replicated. And then you save the one that's not replicated, and then when it loads, you do this. I think we probably have it already. This one. When this gets called, you take that one that got saved that's not replicated, and then you set it to the ones replicated, and then that'll like trigger the replication. Oh, I didn't want to do that. We need to call that multicast, but we need to. Is this replicated? Nope. Interesting. Why isn't this replicated? Well, whatever, let's just go make our widget. Okay, so we're going to do transform. So we're going to do rotation, position, and scale. So scale is going to be easy. I think, should we make some like button, like icons for this, button images for this? Let's do, I guess. Let's just do a new thing. That's fine. Okay, so I think we'll just do, for scale, we'll probably just, I think we'll just have to label each one. I wish I had a way. There's like, it's so annoying. I wish they would give you more control over like angles and stuff like that in this app. Like I want to be able to like merge these pieces and stuff. I don't know, it's annoying. I don't like this at all. It also looks way off. Like, I don't think it is. It just looks like it is. Like, and there's like no way for me to like adjust both these up and down at the same time. Like I really wish there was like a vector art program that worked more like 3D modeling programs did. So you can like manipulate both, like grab all these and like scale them. So they just go out. That'd be so handy. Because there's no way for me to change that now. Like now it's like, it's too late. Like that positioning, like I really want these up, but I mean, I can do it. It's just, I have to wing it, right? I have to eyeball it now. This looks stupid. Let's just ditch these. I'm like I'm trying to picture like this will work just fine. We already have some of this anyway. I don't know why I'm making this. This will work for a scale. And we can do 4 of them for positioning. Rotation though is another beast, and that's where I'm struggling. We can do that for like positioning. We'll have scale like this. But then we need one for rotation. And that's where I'm like, in my head, I'm like sort of picturing what it would look like, but I don't think it's going to work like that. I think I might just have to do 4 of these or 3 of these. Oops. And then just do like X, Y, Z or something. What PC specs do you have? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I don't have a specs thing. I think if you scroll down on Twitch, you can see my specs, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe I don't have this set up anymore. I think I used to. I have a 2070 Super, 2080 Super. I don't remember. And an i7, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's an i9. I don't remember. I don't know my specs. My computer's getting pretty old now. I have them somewhere. I can pull them up, but it doesn't matter all that much. I like the specs that I have right now, honestly, because I feel like this is a good, like, if my game can't run on my PC at like at least 30, 40 frames per second, then it like I need to fix things, right? So I kind of like having lower specs for that. It would be nice to have an upgrade for, it's a 20, yeah, I think it's a 2070 Super. Yeah, anyway, it would be nice to have an upgrade so I can play, you know, games on higher than like low to medium quality, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, anyway, I think this works. This is fine. We'll just do X, Y, Z in the middle. I guess so. And we'll just put like scale, position, rotate above each one. And then players can just like play with it to see where it goes. You can also change it to, what is it called? Pitch. Rotate, pitch, and yaw. What's the other one? I don't know. What is the other one called? Why can I not think it was called? Oh, they have names for each one of these. Roll. I know what I'm doing. Should we call it that though? Let's just use the arrows. It's fine. We don't need anything fancy. I was thinking like an arrow that like wraps around or whatever, so you can like see which way you're going, but I don't think it matters. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we have a vertical box. Let's grab some text. I'm being really slow right now. I'm getting hungry. That's probably why. We're gonna do Chinese rocks, I think, for this. We need a shadow though. We're gonna call this rotate. 24 is probably plenty. Duplicate it. This one is position. Scale. Okay, so now I need to probably do an overlay for each one of these, and we'll just do an offset. I guess we can just do 3 horizontal boxes in this one. Yeah, we'll just do an overlay for the center one, and then horizontal boxes for the rest. Okay, and then here we need a button. We're just gonna make one button and duplicate it around. Chat arrow? No. This one. Let's do 32 by 32. Next, let's make 24. R for rotate underscore XL, I guess. Sure. I could like get fancy with this, do like a whole like enum thing and everything, but I think we'll just do this kind of sloppy. Oh wait, we don't want to duplicate that yet. First of all, let's make this like a green color maybe. Sure. And it would be nice to have a shadow on each one of these, so maybe I should add like a horizontal box. Can we do... no. It's fine. Let's make this blue. Like that color. Okay, let's copy this style. Paste here. Go brighter. Paste, and we won't have anything disabled, but that's fine. We don't want a hovered sound, but we do want a click sound. Click. Sure. Okay. What else we got here? I think that's it. We do need to... we'll just have like a looping function. So like this will just keep going. Yeah, okay. Okay, then we need text again. This, oh, wrong place. Oh, I screwed something up. There we go. And this is going to be X. And we will make this Nucha probably. 20. Center. Center. Padding. 15 and 15. Sure. And we'll make that this color with a shadow. Okay, and then we will duplicate this one. And we need to rotate it. This needs some padding on the top. Cool. Now I should have just duplicated this. It's gonna look dumb. I don't know. We'll find out, right? What's up, Animosity? Welcome in. These buttons might also be a little too small. We might have to scale this up. We'll see how it feels. If we scale it up, we'll probably just, I'm not gonna hook all these up yet. We're just gonna see what it looks like in game, and then we'll hook them up when we know if they look good or not. All of these need to be centered as well. There we go. Okay, now we need an overlay on this one. We're gonna grab one of our buttons. 4 of them. We need to rename all these too. These are all stretching out weird. That sucks. Because that means I need to put them in a size box. What size were these ones? This is 20 by 32. Yeah, that might be too small to click on for the whole screen. But we'll see. Okay, the first one we want to offset by like 15, 20. Sure. And the second one will offset by 25 as well. So 25, right? This one we offset from the bottom 25. Uh-oh. And this one from the top 25. I don't think that's gonna work. We'll find out. Size box. Why is that doing that? This is not how I want this. Okay, wait. It's not stretching it in the size box. I don't know why it's not doing that. Why is it not filling it into the size box? Now it's working? That was not working a second ago. Maybe I'm done. Maybe it was working. Angle 180. Angle 90. Whoops. Negative 90. Now these guys need positioning better. This is so annoying. It's not fun to play with. Okay, let's go 45, 50. That doesn't look good. We could move these ones back down now. Why does it do that? I don't like the blue anymore. Okay, on the right side, the scale one, we only need to do 1. We don't need this box. Oh, unless we want to scale in X, Y, and Z. I don't think so. I think we should just uniform scale. So we can get rid of this too, or just do a space in here, I guess. Get all the visuals working, and then we'll go from there. I can technically just grab all the buttons and change the color if I wanted to, like, right away, and maybe we will. It still shows all the boxes that are inside us. That didn't do any good. That was dumb. Okay. This whole thing needs to be centered again. Size to content. There we go. That looks okay, I guess. Let's can make this happen now. Okay, we want to like close the inventory. Is there a button that closes the inventory? There isn't, but I don't remember how to do it. Went AFK for a bit. What are you making? We're making a new widget to reposition items in display cases. What's up, Arrow? Welcome in. I'll show you why. I'll show you what we're doing. I think I need to just call like toggle inventory or something like that, but I already know that if I just guess at what function it is and where to call it from, I'm gonna break things. So the problem is we have these display item displays, and we can put things in them like this weapon, and that looks cool, and we can hang it on the wall and neat, cool. But then if you place certain items like this bowl of soup or broth, now it's sideways. And the problem is that there's just too many items and too many like positions they can be in for me to like try to like account for all of them. And when I change one, because like we don't have these like properly like classified either, it'll just break a bunch of them. And trying to like remember which positioning everything needs to be in, what the offsets needs to be, is just annoying. So what I'm gonna do, we have this button down here I just added, and we're gonna click this, and it's gonna close your inventory, and then it's gonna pop up and show a little that little widget we were just working on. This guy's gonna pop up, and then you'll be able to click these buttons to position, rotate, and scale the item on there to your heart's content, and you'll be able to completely adjust like how everything looks. We paid for our Steam page. Now I need to make a bunch of assets for it. Nice. Congrats, Sarah. That's huge. That's a big step. It also kind of like lights a fire too. It means that now you have to release your game because you paid money, right? It's like it's a bet, right? It's a bet with yourself when you buy your Steam page. That's why I kind of wish it was more money. So more people would be afraid to place that bet. Just because I think there's a lot of games out there that people are like, cool, I spent 3 days making my first game, let's put it on Steam. You know, and then they paid $100, which is, you know, these days not that much money, I guess. And then they launched their game, and everyone's like, "Whoa, cool! Your first game, neat." Anyway, I'm taking my item back because this gets deleted. Okay, so what I need to do is figure out how to close our thing now. Let's just take a guess. Let's just take a stab in the dark. Let's go get HUD, get player HUD, toggle inventory, toggle container. We're just gonna take a swing here and see what happens. I think I can make like a widget pop-up UI thing. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, first try. I thought there was like a pop-up widget you can do. I think it's show generic pop-up. This is our display case positioner. We have no inputs on this, but we should have an input because we need to reach back, or we can bind. I think we should bind on this, but we need like a server call anyway because this needs to be multicast, or otherwise this will just be locally handled. So I think we will. Yeah, I think the best way to do this is just going to be to set up an RPC function. I hate to do that on the player component, but I don't know where else to put it. I guess we just put it on the, yeah, player component probably. Just one more thing for the player component. Here's all the RPC. Someone's asking, like, you don't have your whole game's not flooded with like RPC stuff, and I was like, yeah, not that you've seen so far. Client underscore. This is gonna be update display case positioning, and we're just gonna put in a transform. Wait 15 minutes for it to compile and save. It's getting pretty exciting. I'm almost done with the basic systems we need for our game, and we then can start doing level building. Sweet. You are. This is the curse of the like, just have content to make. This is exactly where we're at with Seeking Adventure. Like, all we have left to do is build content, and it's like, I mean, we could knock out a level a day and be done in like 30 days, but like, are we doing that? No. I think after we get the skill tree update out, I think Jan and I have decided we're going to be focusing entirely on Seeking Adventure for a while and just finishing it. I want to get it finished this year. I want to go to my grandparents' house for Christmas. They live in Wyoming and it's really snowy there. Really, really snowy during winter. And my kids have never really been in the snow, not like deep snow. We've had like a couple inches here and that's like the most of it. I don't think Quinn's ever seen, no, he did see a little bit of snow this winter. It snowed one day. So anyway, I want to take them to the snow. And I think so like having Christmas there where I grew up would be really cool for them. And it'd be a cool experience. And Abby's getting to the age where she's not going to want to do that kind of stuff anymore. She's 10 now. So anyway, we want to do that. And to pay for the vacation, I'm probably going to have to launch Seeking Adventure. So my goal is to get it launched before the end of the year. That song was way too epic for that conversation. Sorry. Okay, anyway, we're going to call this client. We're going to put the new offset in, which is going to be adding to whatever the offset has already been saved with that thing. And then we'll be calling the multicast back. So I guess I need the actor here too. Is this the best way to do this? Yeah, I guess we have to do it like this. Maybe a rep notify actually is the way to do it, because then we can just set the rep notify on the actor. You got this, thank you. I'm also hoping our game is done by the end of the year, but I have no idea how long the full game will take. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have it's really good to have a deadline. What you should do is you guys should be focusing. You didn't do a Next Fest demo, did you? I don't think you did. That's what you should be doing though, is figuring out what your marketing beats are going to be and figure out when, like, launching it based on that. So launching your game during Next Fest, kind of a bad idea. It's just going to be like, there's a ton of games launched during Next Fest. Launching like a month or like a couple weeks after is good. Want to get a demo for Fall Fest. Yes, that should be your deadline. Get a demo out for the Fall Next Fest for sure. And then plan your release date to be like, I honestly think like 2 weeks after is huge, because everyone who wishlists your game during Next Fest, also during Next Fest is the time you want to start doing all your big promotion. Like you want to send out like 100 emails with keys to like YouTubers and stuff and streamers. And then have them play not your demo, but like give them keys to the full game if you have more content, to give them something like a reason to play, beyond just what's in the demo, or like an exclusive, like whatever, like this key gets you access to this thing and you get to be like a new character or whatever during your stream or whatever, stuff like that. Would be kind of cool. And then, yeah, then you want to launch your game like 2 weeks after that, because if you build up enough hype during Next Fest and you do all your big marketing pushes there, and you send out all your keys and you run all your ads and do all that stuff, and you get a ton of wish lists during Next Fest, then all those people who just wish listed it, when the game launches a couple weeks later, a few weeks later, whatever, they're going to get notifications and they're going to still remember what your game is, and they won't have a chance to like go through and be like, I don't really want this game anymore, right? You'll still have people like that for sure, but I think that's like the best, at least in my head, I think that's the best way to like launch a game, is like right after a big marketing push like that. And then you obviously want to keep sending keys and sending out emails and doing press releases and contacting anyone and everyone, posting on Reddit and making YouTube videos and all that stuff to like keep pushing your game at launch too. But if you do your big marketing push during Next Fest, like Next Fest is already pushing your game, then if you get a ton of downloads on your demo, then Steam will push it even harder. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, I think. That's my ideas for marketing. Cool. Good. Yeah, and any unique ideas you have that isn't just sending out keys and writing a press release, that's huge. That's really good. I wish I had more unique ideas for Swords of Magic. We have one cool idea, but I think the problem is like we need our audience to be more active still. So we're going to do it like during our like 1.0 launch. I doubt the full game will be done right after Next Fest, but we'll see. Yeah, and that is kind of a problem, right? Like with Seeking Adventure, we did Next Fest, and I kind of regret doing it now. I kind of wish we would have just waited, because I think what's going to happen is because the idea was like we'll do Next Fest, and the month after we'll launch the game. We were actually thinking about launching it like the day Next Fest ended, which was the original idea, and we had our deadline set to that, and then we were like, well, we don't know if we'll actually get this to launch or not. So we changed our mind. But yeah, so I wish I would have waited, because now I feel like all of those wish lists we got from Next Fest, which is only about 2,000, we have like 1,800 wish lists, which isn't crazy. I feel like a lot of those people are gonna forget the game exists, which might be a good thing when it like comes out. I don't know. Maybe when it launches, people are like, oh, I remember this game now, because they're gonna get emails about it. But anyway. Girl streamed Calls of the Land last week, and the Twitch integrations were a ton of fun. It would be really cool if Swords had some sort of Twitch integrations or Twitch drops to encourage more streamers to stream it. 100% agree. Yeah, I have some plans. I have some big plans for Twitch integration. It's one of those things that I could add quite easily. I've literally built Twitch games before. We have a whole game called Alarion that we built on Twitch for Twitch to play on Twitch, and that was really fun. And it was honestly very easy to set up. It's really not that complicated to like build into the integration and everything. We could probably honestly set up some basic integration in like a single stream. And you want to do that, that's the kind of stuff I would build on stream anyway, because we need to test it as we go, right? And it's way easier to test when you have an active audience just like ready to type in commands and test, rather than you having to like do it manually and stuff. But yeah, either way. Twitch streams love games with Twitch integrations like that. Yeah, I do too. It's definitely on the list of stuff I want to do. The question is like, where does this sit on the priorities? Is it worth doing right now? Should we wait? Like, yeah, that's kind of the problem with it. Anyway, okay, so we have these offsets. I think we'll just push the thing through and we'll just call it a multicast event. Rep notify, oh man, rep notify might work better though, because multicast is not gonna like, if it's not net relevant, I don't think the multicast will trigger, which means you won't see it happen if you come in later. I think, okay, we're gonna do this the right way. Okay, so we go in here, we have a custom position offset. We're gonna duplicate this. We're gonna call this rep custom position offset. Actually, we'll call it rep on the end. This one is a rep notify, which we'll call something. We'll just probably build a custom. You can just do it in there, I guess. No, we'll call get placement location maybe. No, because that just gets us the location. We could put a custom event here, I guess. This is getting information from back here, though, from this loop. So that's not a good idea. I guess we could just call this react to change in inventory again. I'm not sure how we want to handle this. I think we'll just do a set world transform. And we'll just grab this. We'll just get 0. Or we can loop through. Okay, anyway, Rama save here is still going to be saving the same one, which means we need to find this one. And then we do set the replicated one from this one, which will then update it at begin play. Cool. That also means that when we call here, we're like going in a weird order here. I need a variable here for, this is our display case actor. Int display case object reference. We need this to be exposed on spawn, compile, save. Now when we click this button here, we refresh this. We do self. No, we don't. We get owner. I think we get owner. No, not like that. Owning actor. This one. Owning actor. Okay. Open journal. No. Sure, that's fine, I guess. I don't know why it's not a... That's fine. Okay. I'm getting an error. There we go. I think this will work, and then I don't know how to close the generic pop-up. I believe we just need like an X button on this. Let's just put another button, I guess. We'll just do a UI button, I guess, probably on this vertical box. Aye, that's big. What do we say here? Confirm? Just say close. We could also just like make it an X up here in the corner. It's fine. Adding top. We'll do like 30, 50. Do we need to get player HUD maybe? And then we do like close pop-up menu. There it is. We will go back into game mode. It's called pop-up, right? That's what we're doing, isn't it? Turn pop-up, yeah. Okay, let's test and see if that works. Ad break. Oh, we're done with our ad break. Perfect. Cool. These buttons aren't crazy. I think they're okay. They could be a little bigger, and they could be spaced out a little more. Maybe we change each color. Each section has different colors, color buttons or something. Okay, let's make it work now. Okay, back to this widget. Actually, nothing needs to be done in here, right? Oh yeah, we do. Duh. We need to rename all these buttons and make them actually do something. But to send that information through, the widget will call the player component, call the client update, which will then come back to the display case, which is our onRep. So we'll have this here. We need to set this guy so it gets saved properly. And then we need to, what's up, Trace? This is Unreal Engine 426. This is a 7-year-old game project that has been in the works forever. So yeah, we're still in 426. We stopped upgrading to 420. We didn't upgrade to 427 because there wasn't enough like reason to. And then UE5 came out. And when we tried to move to UE5, we ran into a bunch of errors and issues that because UE5 is a little more picky about certain things that UE4 is way more lenient on. And so it would have taken huge refactors to fix the project. So we just decided to stick to 426. The idea was that we would have the game finished in the next year anyway. And now it's been like 3 years. So yeah. Yeah, this is just Unreal Engine. It just looks like it looks weird because it's not the same like color scheme and everything. But yeah, it's 426. Okay, so we have all display meshes. We have a cached inventory. I think we can just, I truly think, what if we just do for each? I'm pretty sure we only have one of these anyway, so it doesn't matter, but we'll just do a loop anyway, just in case. And we will do set actor set component set transform world transform. That's the one. That's what I want. Okay, now we need the like get position or something. What was it called? Get placement location. And we're going to just add. How do I just combine? How do I do this? Compose. Okay, we're gonna try this and see what happens, but I'm a little worried. Socket transform. This part I don't know what to do with. Get socket names. Where's static mesh coming from? Oh, from the got it, yeah. Does that want, what does this want for static mesh? No. This is getting it from our cached inventory. Are we not like adding this to an array or something? All display meshes. Yeah, we have an all display meshes here that we're adding to. So this should work. No. What does this want? Does this actually want what I... Hold on. Yep. It wants the static mesh of the actual actor. Okay, that's fine. And then this is just going to be the index of the display meshes. Nope, I know better. You don't ever delete those little hanging nodes until you saved. Then you delete them. If you delete them without saving first, you're in bad juju. Juju? Doo-doo? You're in big trouble. Oh, I see. I started recently to learn Godot as my first game engine. I wish you the best. Thanks, Trace. I wish you the best. I've been doing this for several years. I do this professionally with this game, so yeah. I don't have any experience in Godot though. Like, I think I've played in Godot for like 2 minutes. I think I have it installed. Do I have it installed? Nope. Maybe I have. I might have installed it at one point. But yeah, I don't know anything about Godot. But good luck. I've heard Godot is a great engine, and I would love to learn it one day. Okay, so we're going to combine these two. I'm a little nervous about this, because this is just multiplying. No, this seems like it should work. We'll find out. Okay, so that should be updating those. This is happening on the server and replicating to all clients because it's rep notify. So this should be working. Okay, I think this will work. I have a feeling we're going to run into some issues, but... Let's head over to here, I guess, and start renaming our buttons. That's the next step. Let's get positioning working first. I don't know. Let's just do scale. Scale will be easy. Okay, that's S for scale. Left. S, right. Okay. And there's scale right. Okay, so scale left is going to go down. We need to clamp this. That's fine. We do need a... No, we just need access to this. Git custom offset. Why do we not want the replicated one? Git custom, we want the replicated one. Break. Get player component. Let's just make a function over here or an event. Let's call this update transform. And I kind of wonder if we should just have a transform variable in here we can just change. So we can just like set it here. Just do the right one, dude. You know I want this one. This stays the same. This stays the same. Scale. This is where we're gonna do like a clamped update. So we'll probably just do like plus grid snap, I guess. No, let's not do that. Let's just do -10. What am I doing? This is scale. I mean, insane. 0.01. I guess. Oh, also we need to be looping this. We need on pressed and on released. This is gonna be annoying because we have like, how many of these we have to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. Maybe we make an enum and we just call it like on clicked on released, and then we just call the enum. How often do you push updates for Swords Magic? We went a long time without an update. It was like, I think the last update before the one we just launched an update last month. Or was it early this month? I don't remember. I think it was late last month. Whenever the Steam Summer Sale started, we launched our update. And then before that was January. But we used to do them at least once a month. It was usually about once, yeah, every month or so. It's always nice to see professionals working, especially in something complex as this. C++ is a nice language, by the way. Yeah, I don't touch C++. Unreal Engine does not require C++ in any way. I use blueprints just like you're seeing here, and that's how I built this entire game. So, do your updates ever break the... Yeah. We've had a couple situations, yes. One time we definitely introduce a lot of bugs when we update. We're still in early access, which is why like I think people are kind of forgiving about it. We have a 93% positive review score, so that's really good. One time there's been like one major incident, but most of the time it's like we introduce like a little bug here and there or whatever, or we like break a quest here and there, and then we can fix it. Usually it's very rare that anyone ever like has all their data wiped, though we have had that situation before. But it wasn't really anything we did. It just happens because data is not, infallible, and sometimes things will glitch out, or like power will go out or whatever, and you'll just lose data, and it just happens. But one time was our fault. I renamed one of our save variables. It was all of our skills in the game. So everyone's levels and things like that they've been working toward, which at the time wasn't a huge deal because it was pretty fast to level up. We were still like kind of tweaking and balancing that. I think we're at a pretty decent spot now. It might be a little too slow to level up, or maybe, I don't know. Anyway, so I renamed the variable from like skills or something like that to like, I don't know, something else. And that broke everything because it wiped everyone's skills. And the biggest problem was that I was like, oh shoot, I know what happened. I need to rename it back and then push the update. And so everyone who played the update, which was obviously everyone who like, our biggest fans and most dedicated players, had already played the update, and they'd already like started leveling up their skills again. So when I set the variable back to what it was and pushed the patch, then it fixed it for everyone who hadn't played the update yet, but everyone who had played just got their skills wiped again. So that was really fun. Too slow from level 1 to 10 and too fast from 20 to 35. 10 to 20 feels just right. Okay. So I can play with the curve. There's definitely a curve for it. Yeah, another thing to think about is it probably feels too fast right at 20 to 35 because the curve ends on 50. So yeah, 10 to 20 probably feels right now because you want to like, that feels good. But I think yeah, I think that curve will balance out a little better when we increase the cap from 35 to 50. Anyway, but yeah, that's like the most we've ever broken the game. I think a lot of people assume that when we launch at 1.0, we're gonna reset, and we're not. We have no reason to reset. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, we cannot do clicked. We have to do pressed and released. And I think we should just put these over here. We build a custom event called down maybe, or pressed. And we're gonna do an enum, I think. Let's go build one. Enum underscore display positions. How many does it say we need? We need 6, 10, 12. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, in 426, if you make too many enums, every single time you add a new one after like a certain amount, the time it takes to make that is like incremental. It was a big bug in the engine, and there's no way to fix that. So we can only have enums with only like 20 or 30 things in, I think, and then after that you click and it's like all of the time it took from the last ones like adds up, and then on top of that one, and then the next one is even longer. So usually the engine crashes before it'll make a new one after a certain amount of time. It's really annoying. Code 4050 is super grindy. Do you experience? I think it'll be relatively grindy. It's gonna take place 35 to 50 will all be in Bone Reach, all in one zone. So you'll go 1 to 10 on Azura, 10 to 20 in Farmlands, 20 to 30 in Windless Woods, 30 to 35 in Delver's Pass, and then 35 to 50 in Bone Reach. Unless we add more zones, then we might end up with like a 35 to 40 in some of those zones, maybe all those zones, who knows, somewhere in there. We'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm trying not to get too like granular with it. I want to like, and I want some overlap too. We'll see what happens. Okay, this is going to be scale up, scale down, position left. Oh my god, I just realized we can't do 4 things on positioning. We need an up and down too. Freaking 3D space. Who decided a 3D game was a good idea? Let's just go back and make it a 2D game. This will save us some headache. Maybe we just don't. Maybe we don't. I don't know. We don't really even need to worry about positioning. Let's just whatever. Let's just do it for now. You decided on 3D. Oh yeah, it was me. I forgot. Oh, I just did that, didn't I? Position forward, position backward, and then we need up and down. Let's not worry about it yet. Let's just do rotate X, up. I don't know, X right. Rotate X left. Rotate Y right. Oops. Oh my god, duh. I was trying to save time. I think that just took longer. Okay, and then I guess we do need the last two positioning ones. I don't know if we'll set those up right now though. We could always just use the positioning to like kind of shift the thing so you can like even it out or whatever. And we can just slide it against like the, yeah. I think that'll be fine. I don't know if we want to like ever pull the thing off the plate anyway, or like sink it into it. I don't know, maybe that could be useful. God, my nose is itching so bad. Okay, so now we need an input on this. In display positions. Okay, and then when we press this one, this is scale right, we're gonna call pressed. So scale up. Scale left. Oh yeah, we could also just have like a pressed released. Actually, we don't even need an input on this one. We're gonna start, it's a looping timer. We're gonna take a variable called released. We'll call it pressed. I think we'll just do a switch on this. This is gonna be so annoying. Maybe we should do select instead. We could also just like promote it. We might need to switch though. This is gonna be annoying. And then I think when we, let's see, update transform. Pop it down here, and then when we call this, nope, that has to happen every frame, never mind. That won't work either. I'm trying to find like ways to do this like the easiest possible, like the most modular and easy, but it's not gonna be as easy as I want it to be. Okay. Scale left pressed, released. Left and right released. So we're gonna have all of our buttons going into this released one. Left, so right needs to be pressed. And this is gonna be scale up, and this one's gonna be scaled down. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work here. I think we are gonna need to switch here. And then we can do here, we can do a select. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Actually, wait. Crazy idea. What if we just did this? No. Could we? This will just be no. This will just be easier like this. Let's just do make. Damn it! Every time. Okay, scale up 0.01 and then negative 0.01. We need to clamp it too. Or I don't think we should go any less than like 0.7 and like 1.3 probably. So yeah, and then we can do a sequence. Nope, this won't work either because we have to start this loop. Oh my god, this is gonna be such pain. Let's just do scale and we'll do this. We need delay. Let's do 0.2 is probably fine. Sorry, Mateus, I miss your message. The only thing I wish I could do in the crafting system was be able to see all items in future levels. Sometimes it's hard to know how many levels I will have to grind before finding a new item to craft. Yeah, I actually have plans to overhaul the entire crafting system to a way that does not, it'll still be a little grindy, but nowhere near as grindy as it is now. And it will not require farming a ton of materials to level up, and it will not require crafting a whole bunch of items to level up to get these new items. And the best part about it is it will show you all of the default, not the secret stuff, you have to stuff you have to buy. It'll show you all the recipes that you will unlock as you level up. And you'll be able to see all of it from like right in the start. We might actually like, we might make it a mystery. We could like put question marks instead or whatever, until you get closer to it. Maybe you can only see like the next tier or something. But it'll be like a tier-based system. I don't know. I'm really excited about it actually, and I really like the system. I think it'll work a lot better. So I have high hopes for it, but we will see. We'll see. Okay. Point 2, I guess we can also like, let's make this a variable. I guess we'll call this loop speed, I guess, and point 2, I guess, is fine for now. I hate this in widgets. You can't see all the details because we have this open. Okay, and then when that delay is complete, we're going to loop it again. If this is pressed, this does mean, no, it'll loop fast enough, it won't matter. Okay, that's scale. It handles all of our scale stuff. All right, and we need to call update transform. Can we make this a rep notify? I mean, that'd be, it might be a buggy, but it would be nice if every time we change the scale, it just notified and called the update scale function. It's fine. We'll just make sure we plug it in everywhere. Okay, let's test it and see if scale works, and then we will go from there. Oh, update transform. We need to client position update. Yes, this. Oh yeah, and we need to, I forgot about this. We need an input on this. We need the we need the actor, so we can do get multicast update position, but that doesn't do anything. Okay, that's fine. Oh wait, we did the server. We don't need a multicast anymore. We just need to set it. Yeah, we don't need this. That's all I have to do. God, I love the Sims music. He's such vibes. Okay, we don't have to do anything there. In here, we just need to push the offset through. And the actor. Okay, that should work for scale. And we just have to set up all the other buttons, which is gonna be tedious as hell. Oh, I'm ready for lunch though. Very close. All right, any bets that this doesn't work at all or things just like go flying? Cool. That worked really well. Let's hit F8 and let's go find our display case. Wait, where is it? I don't know why my camera's being really weird. It's still here. What did we set it to? I'm guessing... The strange thing is that like the item itself, like the static mesh. Yeah, for some reason the scale on the static mesh changed. Okay, we broke something for sure. Obviously. Oh, right. Did we... Oh, no, we didn't unwrap. That's right. Maybe I'm crazy. Where are the mesh components being... Let's see. Clear. And then add. Static mesh is a mesh component. Oh, this is not what we want. All display mesh is what we want. Or do we? Yeah, I think we messed this up. What? Forgot to do that. It's so annoying. Okay. Okay, you guys were right. It definitely broke. Let's test it again. This time, we won't be changing the actual display plate, just the item on it. I still think we're going to break things, but we'll find out. Oh, it's over here. What is happening? Did we set like the location instead of the scale? I mean, like, it's clamping correctly. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's go see if it's in our widget. Hopefully we just plugged in the wrong thing. Location and rotation are the exact same, which is 0. So is it because we're this is why I don't think that make transfer or that combined transform thing is gonna work. Asking the pro. It says it doesn't have a position change. Zeroing out the local offset is safe. It means apply no change. If your local transform, it shouldn't be local. I'm setting the world location. Right? Are we setting that over here though? Yeah, set world transform. So we're just assuming this one right here. And yeah, this is just getting the placement location. What if we take out that multiply? Is it just going to do nothing? I mean, it should, right? So we do it now, it shouldn't move. It should just like stay in the exact same spot. Nothing should happen. That tells me the GPT is probably wrong. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, the second I multiply a 0. Oh, wait. Well, no. What is this by default? Yeah, just zeros. So I multiply a 0 to it. Okay. Order matters when composing transforms. A plus B will yield a transform that logically first applies A, then B to any subsequent transformation. Example, local to world. I'm not trying to apply local to world, whatever. Compose bastard. Compose transforms delta rotation, delta or local to world. Will change rotation in local space by delta rotation. I don't understand. Oh. Why am I getting... Oh yeah, I'm getting this... Confusing though. I think I just need to store the offset rep. I don't know. This is going to be an off-stream thing, I think, to fix. Which sucks. Hey, what's up, Bacon? Has been a long time. Nice to see you still at it with game dev streams and whatnot. Hope all is well. Yeah, all is well. I just got back from a vacation, which was nice. I went to Yellowstone with the family, the little family reunion there. And I'm back to work. And yeah, yes, I am still doing game dev. Still working on the same game. Unfortunately. We have another game that's coming out later this year, though, hopefully. It's a single player game, much simpler, much smaller. And then I have plans for the next big game whenever this one gets finished up, so yeah. Anyway, how have you been? Has been a while. Yeah, thanks. This is annoying though. I wonder if we should be using the local transform of this. Because maybe not. I think when this gets like initialized, we should set this. I think we should set this local transform to whatever this is. And then we should use just this as the update. Right? And then when we call update transform, we're pushing this into the new one, and that's just setting it, which means this is changing by a little bit every time I press the button, and then it's just being replicated to the other one, so that should be fine. So this can stay local, and we don't have to worry about the replicated changes yet. So if it takes a second for it to replicate, that's okay, because like we might not see the changes immediately. There might be a little bit of a delay there, depending on your ping, but that's okay because this is still gonna like keep track of those changes for you. It would be nice if we just did it locally and then replicated the changes everywhere else. So like instead of calling the rep notify, we just locally set it and then rep notified it and had the server change it, which would be probably better, a little more complicated to set up. And if we have problems with it, we'll fix it, but I'm not going to do it yet. Hey Korg, this is Unreal Engine 4. It's funny how many people ask that. Like I've never had, like when Unreal 4 was like the engine, no code, nope, all blueprints. This whole game, it's called Swords and Magic and stuff. You can check it out on Steam. Here's a link to it. Oh, there's actually, you might have a link above it. There's a link to it. It's the first link, Swords and Magic. If you check it out on Steam, it's a cozy, cooperative, open world multiplayer RPG. It's quite huge. There's at least a few hundred hours of content in it, at least, and we're probably like 80% done with development, maybe 90%. I don't know. Like, you know, for the most part. But anyway, yeah, like there's a lot of content in it, and the whole game is built with blueprints. They look like these. Let's just pick one random. Oh, that's not a good example. Like this. This is a remove ammo script. Yeah, no code, all blueprints. I know the game, it's on my wish list. Insane, it can be built with no code. Yep, multiplayer and everything. There is like, there's a single, we have a single C++ library that we do use. And what it does is it enables a thing called GAS, or game playability system. Don't ask me why they decided to call it that. Which is like a whole system that Unreal uses now. But if you're using UE5, that no longer needs C++ to set up, and you can actually use a plugin that does it for you in the back end, which is nice. And you don't even need to use GAS. Most people don't use GAS. It's just it's like a nice thing for like bigger, like more RPG heavy games, or like first person shooters, multiplayer stuff. But yeah. And then other than that, we use another C++ script that allows me to our demo, when you click the wishlist the game button on our demo, it'll actually open the Steam page for you, like in the overlay. There's no other way to like. There's not a built-in way to do that in Unreal Engine. So you have to use a plugin, or not. Either you have to use a plugin or write your own C++ for it. So I just wrote my own C++ because it took me like 5 minutes to do. So that's all the C++ in the whole game though. That's it. How'd you learn this? Is there any nice way to learn it? Yeah, Unreal Engine is actually really easy to learn and quite fun to learn. Maybe I shouldn't say really easy to learn. It's relatively easy to learn compared to like learning C++ or like learning Unity or something. Like I think it's pretty easy to learn. You can go to the Unreal Learning Hub. Hang on. Let me pull it up. Am I in the right place? Yes. This is the Unreal Learning Hub. And there are tutorials and stuff for anything you can possibly think of in here. Mocap stuff, Unreal Essentials for 2D, 2.5D games. There's tons of stuff in here. These are all like made by Epic or other people who've like submitted them, I guess. But if you look at like just the Epic ones, these are all just the Epic ones. And if you look at, you can take off like talks and demos, live streams. You can do learning paths and courses. There's a bunch of stuff in here. There's tons, like you can just find anything you can think of in here. Here's your first hour in Unreal Engine 5. This is a pretty great one. And this goes through and has like a whole like written tutorial thing. And you can also, well, sometimes it's a written tutorial. Yeah, this is a written tutorial with it. Oh no, it just has videos. But yeah, and then you just watch the video. It's fantastic. There's so much stuff to learn in here, and it's easy to learn. There's another one which is my favorite, which is called. Let's see if the search bar actually finds it. It doesn't. Oh wait, maybe it does. Maybe not. My favorite one is called Blueprint Communication. Though they've updated it recently, and I have not seen the updated one. I only saw the old one in UE5, and honestly, you can learn the same from that one. But it basically just teaches you how to like make, like for example, we have like this is a crafting bench, right? And the player walks up and presses F on that crafting bench. So the Blueprint Communication tutorial essentially teaches you how to like send information from like your player to like the bench, and then have the bench like open up a widget, have that send information to the widget and say, well, what does this, what kind of recipes does my character know? Here's all the recipes they know, and then shows that, and then you can like click on a recipe and it'll be like, okay, we crafted this, and then you can talk from that widget or that UI widget or whatever back to your player to add that new item to the inventory. It's a communication process that goes from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. And if you know that, if you understand like the basics of how to communicate between different actors in your game, then you can make pretty much anything you can think of. And then from there on, it's just kind of like learning how to like do things more efficiently, better, easier, such, and so on and so forth. But yeah, like, so like it's super, once you understand like the basics, like, oh, if I press F, I can interact with this light switch, and then this light switch talks to this light on the ceiling or any lights I want it to, and then that turns the light on and off. And once you know that, like that's literally all you need to know. Once you learn how to do that, you can pretty much make any game you can think of. There's a lot more in the engine you can use. There's a lot like better ways to do sorts of different sorts of things. And there's a ton more to learn. Trust me, you'll be learning this for 20 years if you get into it, or more, like forever until you stop. Basically, there's always something new to learn, but you only need to know the very basics to start making a game. Yeah. Ad break starting. I'm a software engineer for like 8 years, and I always heard that the easier way to build games is with Unity or recently Godot. I made some small games, just small scenes using Godot, but this sounds much easier. Yeah, if you're a software engineer, honestly, C++ wouldn't be difficult for you to pick up anyway, so if you can even hear me still, I think that might have already started. I wish the ad break would tell me when the ad was about to start instead of when it starts. If you can still hear me though, like, yeah. I love blueprints because I'm a very visual person. I have a hard time like reading through like lines and lines of code. So I know that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, I struggle with lines of code, so it is difficult for me to follow that kind of stuff. So I love blueprints, and I've been using them since UE like 4, I don't know, 4.12 12 probably, I think, whenever blueprints were pretty much introduced. I had to learn them for like a course in college. I went to college for game art and animation because I decided, well, I'm not going to learn programming because that's too hard for me. So I went to schools to college for game art and animation. And near the end of my degree, they were like, okay, now we're going to learn how to like hook up these animations and make like this chest open and close in blueprints using Unreal Engine. And I was like, what's this? And so I had to download Unreal Engine for the first time and started learning. Ad breaks over now. Interesting. Get more stuck when it comes to art. 2D is even hard. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, art is difficult. Luckily, you can buy assets and stuff now, and people don't really care. That's a good way to go, honestly. Anyway, yeah, I had to learn Unreal Engine the very like bare minimum, and I was like, wait, you can use these like wires and nodes to like make stuff happen. And then I graduated, and I was like, I'm gonna start making a game with all of this art, all these art skills I have now. And that happened to be this game. That was 7 years ago. And so I decided I want to try Unreal Engine because it seemed like it was going to be easy and fun to use. And so this was a test project. I made a little cube character because I was like, this is going to be, I just want to get a character moving around and see if I can get like the programming part working, or if this is going to be over my head and I just shouldn't give up. Because before that, I was trying to learn all kinds of different engines that I just couldn't learn and I couldn't program. So the idea was I'll just go to school and be an artist, 3D artist, because I did like art too. I was fine with that. And I'll just go get a job at like a AAA studio somewhere doing art because I'm not going to be a programmer and I can't make the games I want to make without programming. So whatever. So yeah, I was like, I'm going to make this little cube character. This guy's dumb looking. That's fine. And then I started streaming it because one of my friends asked me to stream the process of me like learning Unreal Engine. And then people started liking it and people started following. And pretty soon I had like 35 like consistent like viewers every stream. And I was like, well, great. And I'm kind of stuck with this stupid cube character now. And it evolved into what it is now, and now I have this huge game. I was not expecting this to be like the game that like like spurred my career, but it did, and now I do this full time, and this game pays my bills. Mostly pays the bills. It did for a long time, and now it doesn't as much because it's kind of died off, like most developers I think will tell you. But luckily, Jana has a nice job now that she loves, and she's paying for a good chunk of the bills too. Let me ask you the hard question. Was it worth it to work on a game for 7 years? If I break down how much money I made, so gross revenue, Swords and Magic has brought in $650,000 over 7 years. It launched 5 years ago. Launched September of 2020. So gross revenue brought in a ton of money. The problem with it is like that money I could have lived on for a long time, right? If that was net revenue. But gross revenue is before Steam's 30%, before taxes, before VAT, all that stuff. And before I paid other developers. So at one point we had 5 people working on the team. And so a good chunk, at one point it was more than 100% of my revenue was going to paying the team. And Jan and I were just living off of our savings for a long time. Jana quit her job to do this full time with me. So she was doing community management, stuff like that. Jana's my wife, by the way. And she was doing community management, a lot of like in-engine stuff too, like helping with level design, quest design, and a lot of like, hey, Jana, we need like 15 new resources for this area. I have all the art ready for them. Can you build them? And so she'd go in and like make all the assets and stuff, or like actually set them up in the game and do like data entry stuff, annoying, boring stuff that I didn't want to do. She did all that, which is great. And then, yeah, so, and she left a really comfy job that was paying a lot of money. And because things just worked out, her position was being removed. So she actually got, severance pay. So we had a good chunk of like savings saved up. Plus we just had a successful Kickstarter. So we had a good amount of money in the bank for a while. So yeah, when it came down to it, we ended up hiring way too many people. We had like 5 people on the team, and we were not making enough money to sustain the game and the team. So we were paying them out of our savings at one point for a few months, and it just wasn't working. So eventually we were like, okay, this is like our last hurrah. We're going to do like this one major update out. If it doesn't make enough money and we don't start turning around and getting more players, then we have to we have to cut the team loose. And we got to that point and we just decided to cut the team loose. We could have kept a couple people on probably, but at that point it was sort of like I was kind of really discouraged and ready to just take a break from the game, and I didn't want to like keep paying someone to work on the game that I wasn't working on, so it was a whole thing. Anyway, we ended up cutting the whole team, and it was just now it's back to me and Jana, but now she's got another job. Anyway, I love when the severance lines up. Yeah, it worked so beautifully. And it was during the pandemic too. Like right in the beginning of the pandemic, they decided to get rid of all of the manager jobs that Jana was doing. And so she was like, okay, so they were like, you can step down and take this huge pay cut, or you can transfer to another place and hopefully get another position. And our only other option, because for some reason people in Washington where we live now, we came from Arizona where she worked. She transferred from Arizona here. So she worked in Arizona for a long time. Everyone who she knew in Arizona absolutely loved her and would have taken her and given her a position with a raise in a heartbeat there. But not here, not in Washington. For some reason, the people here did not understand what they were losing when she left. So they were, they were like, you can take a pay cut or you can take severance. And she was like, well, I'm not going to take a pay cut. And the only way I can get a promotion is if we move back to Arizona. We weren't about to move back to Arizona because that just would have sucked. And so she took the severance. And then right after she took the severance, they called her and they were like, listen, I know you only have like 2 weeks left of work or whatever, but can you please stay on because the pandemic sucks and we really need more help? And she was like, nah, I don't think so. So she left right when the pandemic hit. So she didn't have to be working in a public store or like in public facing position during the pandemic, which was nice. And because of the pandemic, game sales were like skyrocketing. Games were making tons of money. So everything just lined up perfect for Swords of Magic. I don't even know. I know a lot of people say like, it's not luck, it's about the game you make, whatever. But I honestly think like 20% of our success was luck. We just got super lucky. But thanks for the insights. Yeah, of course. Best of luck. I'll for sure buy the game. Oh, cool. Thank you. I just hope one day I will have the will to actually invest my time in something mine as you with this amazing game, as you did with this amazing game. Yeah. Thanks for the inspiration. Yeah, of course. Anytime. If you are in our Discord, Korg, you can always reach out and ask me for any questions you need or whatever. I have my DMs open and you can always message me and be like, hey, I'm started on Unreal Engine. How the hell do I do this thing? And I like to help. I love helping people with Unreal, especially early on when I actually know how to do the things with my eyes closed. It's when things get more complicated and they're like, how do I do this thing? And I'm like, I will have to go look it up with you. So I can't help you there. That's a bittersweet lottery win for anyone that's been in the industry for any notable length of time. Had that happen in 2016. Just has to tackle it one step, one win at a time. Yep. Did you end up doing any events to market the game? PAX, local dev meetups. We want to do PAX really bad. Someone offered to help us pay for a booth at PAX. I am really glad we didn't take them up on that because I don't think that would have happened now because their situation changed. But yeah, we have never done PAX. I would love to do PAX. I think the experience would be super fun and just like seeing a ton of people play the game and like meeting people and talking about the game for like, 2 or 3 days straight would be amazing. I would absolutely love to do that. Maybe next year when the game launches 1.0, we'll muster up some money and do a PAX booth, but it's a lot of money. And everywhere I've read, it is never worth, it's like just not worth doing a physical booth for a game at a convention. It's just not worth it. So we have not done that. What we did do is we ran a Gleam.io giveaway event, which brought in some people, I think. We have a YouTube channel where we post devlogs quite consistently, or we're posting quite consistently, and we get like 35,000 to like 50,000 views on them. My initial devlog, I think, has like, I don't know how many views, over 100,000, I'm pretty sure. Let's go look really quick. Let's try not to get distracted with all of the junk on YouTube. My channel. Videos. Popular. Episode 0 has 246,000 views. So our YouTube channel kind of blew up and we did get a lot of attention from that. Our Kickstarter did a lot to promote the game, which was kind of crazy. I kept hearing like you have to bring the audience to Kickstarter. You can't like rely on Kickstarter like pushing it. But we brought about half our audience to Kickstarter, and then they pushed it. They like doubled our audience. So Kickstarter is really great if you have something actually worth kickstarting and that people will actually like. What else? We also have we pushed a bunch of stuff on YouTube. We ran YouTube ads. We sent out a bunch of Steam keys and stuff. We actually, around launch, we hired a marketing team for $12,000, and I will never do that again. Just a heads up. How much is the booth? $1,500? No, it's more like $10K. How much is the PAX booth? I can't remember. Hang on, I'm asking GPT because I don't remember where to search for it. I lied to you. It says $1,500 base cost. More recent mentions, $2,500. I swear it was $3,500. Yeah, okay, so after you, like, you know, you got to pay for all your extra stuff. And, like, if you want Wi-Fi, which we have to have Wi-Fi so we could show off multiplayer, power, like, you literally have to pay $400 just to get power. You're going to pay about $3,000 to $4,000. It's pretty expensive. That doesn't include, like, signage if you want to put up, like, banners and stuff. It doesn't include any merch you want to give away or stickers you want to have made or anything like that. If you want to do, like, business cards with Steam keys on them, like things like that, you have to pay for all that stuff. So there's a lot. So many people were having issues trying to wishlist games. Oh, you're at PAX in Seattle? I live 30 minutes from that PAX in Seattle. From Seattle. That's cool. Was I there last year? Yeah, went to PAX last year. Would have been cool to see you there. Yeah, you may have walked past me there. Who knows? We met up with a couple people who were fans of the game and they were wearing Swords and Magic shirts, and I thought that was really cool. We met up on purpose though. Like, I still think it would be wild. I mean, PAX is a little bit of a I don't know. I don't know if PAX counts, but I think it'd be really cool to meet someone in person who's actually heard of Swords and Magic or played it. I have not had that happen yet. Anyway, I don't remember having issues with Wi-Fi. I had service though the whole time. I had service all over. No, maybe some of the buildings I didn't have service. I can't remember now. But yeah, that is an issue. Anyway, yeah, we hired a marketing company for $12,000, and I honestly think we made about $1,000 of that back. We also ran YouTube ads because they wouldn't run ads for us, which was like, what am I paying you $12,000 for then? And so we did our own YouTube ads at the same time and tracking analytics the best we could, which we weren't very good at the time. But as far as I could tell from analytics, we made way more traction from those YouTube ads than that marketing company even hoped to do. We went through and like we started digging through all of their info because like we were like, where's what's happening? Why are we not getting any traction from all this stuff that they've been supposedly doing? And we started looking through all their stuff, and they were giving keys away to like YouTube channels that have been dead for like 4 years. They were giving keys away to channels that that didn't speak English at all, that had like 1,000 like subscribers. And we're like, okay, I understand giving away a key to someone who like doesn't speak English that has like 50 to like 500,000 subscribers, but not someone who has like 1,000 subscribers. What are we wasting a key there for? Yeah, they sent a lot of keys to a lot of people that shouldn't have got keys. And so we started calling them out on it, and we were kind of pissed that they wasted so many keys. So they offered to give us money back. And at the time, I was so burnt out with everything, like trying to get the game done, so many bugs showing up like right at launch, trying to do marketing, trying to make YouTube videos. Like there's just so much stuff going on, stress and drama in the team, that I was too exhausted to even like fight it. So like when it came down to paying them, I was like, I'm not even gonna, because they wanted to like a report of like all the issues that we found, so they could like reimburse us for that or whatever. And I was like, I'm not even gonna, I don't have the effort or the energy right now to go through and like do that. So we ended up just paying them the $12,000, and then vowed we would never work with a marketing company again. It was terrible. One of the things they did, they sent like 10 Steam keys and the press kit to a newspaper in London. And I was like, how many people do you know of discovered a video game via reading a newspaper. I was like, what is the purpose of this? No one's going to write about our indie game in a newspaper in London. And if they do, no one who reads it is going to buy our game. They're going to read it and go, what? Like, what a waste of time and money. Like, how stupid was that? And that was just one of many things that they decided to put their efforts into. It was so stupid. I don't know how we ever signed up. Like, and I felt kind of bad, or I feel kind of bad because I was so tapped out that I let Wendy, who was our level designer at the time and helped a lot with marketing stuff. She was kind of handling like finding the marketing company to work with, while I was working on fixing all the bugs and stuff, many bugs and other things, and doing level design and quests and stuff. And so she found this company and she brought it to me and she was like, I think they seem pretty cool. These guys seem like a good bet. They've done this game and this game. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was like, let's do it. And she was like, are you sure? Like, we don't want to, like, do you want to vet them or whatever? And I was like, sure, let's get in a call with them. So we got in a call with them and talked to them for like 5 minutes. And that was it. Actually, I don't even know if I made it to that call. I think just Wendy did. I don't even remember. But she handled like all of it. And then when it totally was a huge flop, like she felt so guilty. And I felt guilty because it's like, it wasn't her fault, you know, like, and if I really was like, I was not mad at Wendy at all. Not even a little bit. Not for that, but yeah. And I mean, like, I should have done my due diligence too. We all should have like vetted them more, but it's whatever. I'm sure we wasted more than $12,000 on somewhere else, you know. Super interesting. I'm at a marketing event this weekend actually, so I'm really curious what they are even going to talk about. I've seen so many marketing teams just drop the ball because they don't keep their end of the agreement. Yeah. Drove down from Van. Okay. Went to PAX and Metallica. PAX Metallica. So tired of that. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Anyway, it is almost 3 o'clock, and I think I'm going to go get some lunch now because I'm starving. So, you guys are awesome. Should we raid someone? If there's someone on Twitch that I know and like when I open it up, then we'll raid them. And if not, right away, I'm not going to go searching for anybody. Well, Dan's streaming after he was just talking about streaming again. So I guess we'll go raid him. All right, here we go. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. Let's go raid Dan. And I will see you guys on Thursday. I don't know. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. I kind of want to just dig in and get this feature done, and then we'll move back to skill trees. So maybe if I'm working on skill trees tomorrow, maybe we will do a stream. I do like the idea of streaming every day until we get skill trees done, but there's a lot of weird like little bugs and stuff, and a lot of like tweaking and stuff we have to do, which I don't know if I want to do all that stuff on stream because it's kind of hard to focus and concentrate, you know. So anyway. Thanks guys so much for thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys at the very least on Thursday. Oh, I think, hold on. I think Dan literally just raided someone else. Cancel the raid. The raid is off. Yeah, I think Dan just raided someone else. Wow, that timing, huh? We both ended the exact same time. Okay, never mind. No raid. You guys, I'm just out of here. Thank you guys thanks again. Bye.